Global infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power.
Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power.
Now bask in their glory.
I'm NintenByte.
Oh, baby. I'm Thunderstash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast Season 3, Episode 35. We call this the episode where we're flying by the seat of our pants because it's technically only 2 topics, but somehow there'll be 4. Don't ask me how, it'll just happen. But we have some special guests with us today. Our first guest of 2026. First off, coming back, a professional Nintendo enjoyer, Favlam.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you again. Frequent guest, frequent lover of the pod, frequent lover of Prime. Well, hang on, wait.
Whoa, wait a second. Whoa.
This is why I was asking about if you're going to be at PAX East, man. Come on.
Oh, my God. Dude, you act like we partied yet. We've been to multiple events together and have yet to party.
I know. Well, I got a creator badge to East this year. So if you're going to be at East, I'll pull up. If I got one for both coasts now, so I'm chilling.
Well, let's see what happens at the next Direct. Let's see if Nintendo is actually going to show up at PAX East, which they rarely do. But when they do, sometimes they have the goods. We'll
they
see.
really don't like PAX East. It's incredible.
All
The past,
about West.
4 years I've been
All
there.
about West. Anyways, so yeah, he's back. Get used to seeing his face. He's coming on a ton over the next few months. As he told me privately, I'm in a podcasty mood. I hope that continues for months here.
I was just like, you know what? I'm trying to lock in on the YouTube career tour stuff. So I was like, you know what? It can only help. So let's lock in. I'm here.
There you go. And you won't find links to his channel or Kiwi Talks Down below because I got this podcast set up 2 minutes before it was supposed to go live. So I will get those links added in once I'm no longer talking. Then we got.
I added links for you guys.
Oh boy! Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone's looking out for you.
Thanks, buddy.
Just has to show you up.
You just have to make me look like a piece of shit. I already admitted I'm a piece of shit. I didn't put it in.
I just want them to know I care.
Well, I care too. But the show doesn't get set up unless I or Eric set it up. Eric's sitting here playing his Switch. I'm running down. There's 5 minutes to showtime. I'm like, dude, what? When you're playing Switch, we gotta get the show going.
He's like, dude, I'm halfway deep through a Hyrule
doing
Warriors
parent
run.
stuff. Anyways, it's okay. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but whatever. We're here. Show started late. Not really because we weren't set up in time. stuff that we can't talk about. We do have Kiwi Talks here, though. Happy to have him back. This is, what, your third appearance?
Yeah. Third appearance. Yep.
Yeah, he's
thanks for asking me back.
Yeah, interviewer extraordinaire over there. Probably has a busy year of interviews coming up. Can't wait to see who he's interviewing. We know about one of them dropping very, very soon.
Yep. Yeah, there's quite a few things in the pipeline. So there's some I think people will be excited for, some stuff that I can't really talk about yet. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully it will be a good year. But yeah, thanks for inviting me back. If you're wondering why I'm holding my cup, it's just hot as hell here in New Zealand. It's humid as, and I'm trying to stay hydrated. So if I duck out for a bit, it's just to take a piss.
Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a year. And if you don't know who he is from his interviews, then you probably just know him from pissing off the internet on X. Happens. People don't always like what he has to say about things, especially about Metroid. We'll be talking about Metroid later, though. I'm excited. Oh boy. Suddenly, Kiwi Talks, like over the course of 1 year, went from somebody that nobody talks about to suddenly, what? He's an insider. He's a this. He's a that. Like, he's an interviewer. That's why he knows anything at all.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how much. It's changed literally in
like
1 year.
Like, I've watched your channel and your interviews for years, but like literally no one would ever talk about you. And then out of nowhere, oh, he's being quoted everywhere.
That's all it takes sometimes.
That's the internet. That's the way it goes. But you know what? It helps grow his YouTube channel, helps grow his interviews, I hope. So
Yep.
Is it weird getting quoted everywhere? Is that annoying? Especially when things are taken out of context, I imagine.
It depends on what the quote is. If it misconstrues what I'm saying, which happens a lot, but even worse if it misconstrues a guest, that's the thing that really gets me mad.
It really gets you mad, yeah.
Yeah. Because like, they don't deserve that, right?
The context of what was said, but yeah, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, anything that I say on X gets taken out of context.
Well, that's X.
Just the way it is. But I mean, I'm not saying stuff to try and piss people off. Aha!
But it
annoy people.
It just happens.
It just happens.
That's just X.
Yeah, and I post something and then I'm like, what? How did you get that from this?
Yeah, people just searching for things that support their already agenda, I'm sure. We have the Spice Lord / Sock Pucket back again.
Hello.
Did I say pucket? I
Yes,
meant
you did.
puppet, but you know.
I was like, pucket.
Pucket anyways.
Yeah.
Okay. Pucket.
Guys, it's going to be one of those kind of shows. Don't worry. The audience there, you unlock the edibles for the show. Little did you know, with the amount of stress I had leading into the show, this is actually just going to make me sane for this show. So it ended up working out. Gamebird, how we doing?
Man, I'm doing well. It's been a crazy few days for me. Had an internet outage that lasted 2 days. That was fun. Apparently, someone up in the desert. This is what I heard online, but apparently, someone up in the desert had cut some of the copper, taken copper because I have fiber, and that had to be repaired over the last couple days. So that was fun. Then today, I'm working. I'm slammed at work. My department's been cut. It's just me and one other person. That other person's on vacation, so I've got the whole department on myself. I'm work from home. But I lose power, and it turns out that someone crashed into one of the telephone poles a few streets down.
Jesus.
So I wasn't sure if I was going to make it tonight. I got our power maybe like an hour ago, but I was like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. But
are you? Did you happen to also be affected by the Verizon outage by any chance?
No.
Oh, that'd be unfortunate.
No, I'm doing good. Hey, thank God for physical media, because without the internet, I like to watch movies. When I kick back, I busted into some of my movies. I rewatched an old classic that I haven't watched since I think the college days, Seven. You guys ever see the movie Seven?
Yeah.
Yes, Seven's a classic. One of the best films ever.
Yeah, it's probably my favorite thriller of all time. I think the ending is perfect. The ending hits just as bad. Like, I haven't watched it since I was 20, so it's been like 18 years since I've seen the movie, and man, that ending just hits so intense. But,
what's in the box?
Yeah, what's in the box?
How many times
Tell me
did they use the word quarantine?
Oh, jeez. Oh,
No, it's crazy going back and watching like some of the old movies, and when you hear that now, you're just like, what did they know?
What did they know? Yeah. Man, crazy, dude. Because we have a scheduled power outage tomorrow, so that's fun. 5 hours.
Watch 7, man.
Well, at least I know. At least I know what's happening. You was like, it's gonna be freezing in our house. I'm like, I'll be fine.
Oh my goodness.
I'll be good. It's whatever. But yeah, no, it's they're apparently upgrading the whole power grid out here or something like that. So maybe we'll have less power outages. Don't ask me. I don't work for
Could
them.
be more efficient.
It happens when they mess with things. Then we got Thunderstash Gaming. I feel like there's a reason the DuckTales shirt's on. I wonder.
Yeah. So obviously I was very excited. Look, I was watching your video before, Nate, and I wished I could have talked to you before because I own the game already.
Oh, so fun fact, and this is going to come up in my video tomorrow. I can't see anything. My contact popped out at the store, and it was my last pair, and I couldn't find them, and my glasses broke at the hospital, and everything's on order and is not going to be here for months. So I'm like blind. So it's funny. I was researching the collection. I couldn't read my screen. It was so blurry.
Okay, that makes sense.
Then I was editing the video and I was on a different monitor, and all of a sudden I Googled and I'm like, oh shit. What?
Yeah, you're not.
I screenshot it. You saw it in the video. I screenshotted it and put it on the screen. I'm like, dude, I'm so wrong about everything.
Like, yeah, because I was wait a minute. He's putting the screenshot up with the games listed, but he said doesn't know what it is. Dude, makes total sense now. You can't see. Like, you legit cannot see because you would not do that normally. And I'm like,
if you guys see me squinting a ton, that's me trying to read the chat. That's me trying to read the doc. I can barely read. I can barely see. I don't know how I made the video today. It took me like 7 shoots to get the video made.
Good job, dude. Yeah. Because I retweeted about it, I think yesterday, because it got obviously rated. I'm like, dude, it's about time because this game came out in 2017. I have it on PS4, and it was always this big mystery as to why the Disney Afternoon Collection didn't come to Nintendo, where all of these games were originally available.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why I'm rocking the DuckTales.
DuckTales is in this, and then I'm like, I literally finally when I saw it, I was like, dude, I want this collection. Number one, number two. Wrong with me? This thing was out in the past already. It just wasn't on Nintendo. Like, I felt so stupid editing the video. I'm like, I should reshoot this. You know what? No, that was my 7th shoot. We're not doing an 8th.
It's okay. You know, the good thing is that you can at least count on people to tell you in the comments.
True. And then it's engagement based.
It's like, well, I obviously figured it out. The screenshot was on screen. I obviously realized it while editing. It's just,
yeah.
Damn it.
You know what? I think we might get a physical. I'm going to reach out, though, to my contacts at Atari because they didn't hold the license for this before. They weren't publishing it before.
Yeah, they bought in 2023 is when they got out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've been doing a lot of physicals with limited runs, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get it.
I bring my phone up to my face like this to read. So that's how I did all my research today. I was trying to read everything. Like, when I would hit the button to switch over to the article on my screen, I would have it on my phone and I'd be like super zoomed in trying to read it on. Oh my God. This is how I have to make videos though until this is, dude.
I hope they come in
soon. You understand, like, if you don't have your stuff, it makes like so much difficult. And even my glasses broke, my contacts are gone.
Yeah, and then if you squint hard all day at a computer screen with no glasses,
it hurts.
You're gonna have a headache. Yeah. Well, hang in there, dude.
I'm doing the best I can. Anyways.
So as for me, just staying busy with reviews. A lot of stuff I can't talk about. Wish I could.
Everybody's so secretive. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
No, I know.
NDAs. The joys of NDAs.
See, and here's the joy. I'm under no NDAs. Except I have a friend NDA with some people, which of course, you gotta keep that kosher so you don't lose contacts. But yeah.
Well, especially your contacts.
Today, dude, there was a story like today about Joseph Ferris and EA. I know people there. And I'm like, well, I can tell you that like his experience with EA is not everyone's experience working at EA.
100%.
I
know exactly what you're talking about.
I literally cannot give you the details. I don't have permission, but I can just say beyond a doubt, he's very lucky because that's not the way it goes with everyone else. I can't speak for everyone at EA. Of course, there's probably other people that are happy there as well, but a lot of it has to do with who's managing who, and it's a mess. But I can't really say much more than that. All right, cool. I'm obviously Nintendo Prime. What's up? I'm back to making news. Feels good. You know what felt really good? I read one comment today before the show where someone said, I didn't really realize how much I liked you until you were gone.
Aww.
That's nice.
It's a nice little comment. People were like, hey, I used to be critical of your content, didn't really appreciate it. Now it's like, dude, you're like a no-nonsense news. You're not sitting there shoving your opinions down our throats. Yeah. Duh, I'm a news channel. I'll give you my opinions on my live streams. You don't like it? All right, whatever. Like, who cares? I'm a news channel. Here's the news. I'm not trying to like force you to think a certain way. So, cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get to our topic roulette. We got some good topics today. One of them is going to be just asking questions and talking to Kiwi Talks here. It's always a pleasure to have him on because he's so well connected in the industry and has lots of thoughts, especially on like Metroid Prime 4. We haven't talked to him since that came out. So, that's a big one because last we talked to him was before it came out. And then another topic we have is, well, this has just kind of been the big one trending for days and days now. Is it time to panic for the Switch 2 yet? There's been some stock things. There's been reports about terrible holiday sales and all of that stuff. So we'll dive into that as well. And then a couple dealers' choices that I don't think any of us know what they are yet because none of us have thought of the topics yet. That said, let's go and let's have Eric go first today. What do you want, bud?
Oh boy.
That's it, the Jeopardy music going?
Yeah, no.
I was like, take a breath. It's okay.
I'm going to take a dealer's choice because one of the viewers in my chat actually suggested a topic idea, and I didn't even ask for one. And it's a good topic. Awesome. So I'll take that.
Okay, so Stash, take a dealer's choice.
My brain isn't functioning. I'll take the questions for.
So the easy one.
Talk,
yeah, the easy one.
Sorry,
everyone else asks questions.
I all of a sudden right before the podcast here started, as the intro was going, all of a sudden just a massive headache. So
no,
it all kicks in here soon, and that's why I put on my blue light glasses too, because all of a sudden I was like, oh boy, my head's just a spinning. So hopefully it calms down here soon. So
I need some fresh air. Does that ever help you?
Yeah, I walked outside to get the Tylenol.
Yeah, no. Sometimes I sit out there for like 5 minutes and just breathe that cold air.
I would say that cold air wake you up real.
That's for sure. Some of Eric and I after the show have had conversations outside for 2 or 3 hours after the podcast because we're standing outside in the cold and can't sleep.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, cool. Then let's go to the Birdman. Let's go in order here.
All right. I was thinking about doing a dealer's choice, but
I won't complain.
Like
I'm stuck coming up with.
Well, here's the thing that I don't really have a topic, and I don't know if this is big enough for a topic. I was going to say it would be fun to do since we've had our first week of picks. It might be fun to do a fantasy game critic check-in, check out all of our picks, talk a little bit about our strategies behind our picks, and maybe like a little rundown again for people who are just seeing this for the first time.
Yeah, that's up to you. I can tell you right now, I ain't talking my
like
strat.
that.
That's how I win. You can't know what I'm thinking.
Is that topic enough though? I don't know if there's enough meat on the bone.
I think there is because I I definitely picked up a lot of games. We can discuss that.
I picked up like 4 games I picked up.
We're not sharing strategies.
Obviously. No strategy. But we could talk about what we picked and why.
Because I'm not going to make that strategy pick again. I'll tell you one reason I picked a game.
All right. Good. Yeah, let's do that.
I'm going to do dealer's choice, and I'm going to do a fantasy critic update. All
right, so we know Stash is doing dealer's choice, so then I'll take the obviously is it time to panic for Switch 2 which I guess is fitting because it deals with news and I deal with a lot of news stuff. So, all right, well, let's go to our first topic then, which makes a lot of sense to do it first because of our guest and we want to respect their time. Eric, what are we talking about?
Talking gaming and questions for Mr. Reese Riley. Kiwi Talks. So, yeah,
No pressure.
Maybe we should
No
like
pressure.
direct it. Let's maybe start with Metroid.
Start with Metroid?
Go with
Yeah.
Metroid stuff first.
Yeah. I was getting there.
I know. I wrote about there. I was giving ideas of for to come up.
But
with
it's one of those that it's like those ideas, but the way you wrote it's not really like
It's not really
just
meant-
talking points.
Yeah, it's not really meant to be read off.
Right. Yeah. So let's start with Metroid Prime 4. Whoever wants to throw a question out there, let's go.
I'll
with
just look. I know you put your thoughts out already on X, but for the audience, what are your overall thoughts on Metroid Prime 4? And let's just get that out of the way.
Okay. I think it's good, but it's not great. I think personally it's the weakest Metroid Prime game. However, there are elements of it that I like. So, first of all, I will say that love the art direction. I think it's the best looking Nintendo game ever. I think from a technical standpoint, amazing. I think the sound design is immaculate. I think the soundtrack is amazing. Where the game falls apart is in its level design. And unfortunately, in my opinion, design is the most important aspect of any game. You can have bad art or bad frame rate or the music isn't that great, but people can look past that if the design is intact, it's fun, and all of that. But when the design is bad, unfortunately, it brings down the whole game, and Metroid Prime 4 unfortunately falls into that category. A lot of the design is just elevators and corridors, which isn't necessarily always bad, but you can tell that this game was in development hell. There's a bit of tonal whiplash, I feel. I think the Prime Trilogy is very, very good at being a fusion of Eastern and Western design philosophies. I think they walk that line very, very well. But with this game, there's a lot of tonal whiplash. They don't really know what they want the game to be. Sometimes it feels Metroid, sometimes it feels Zelda, sometimes it feels Halo. And the biggest, I suppose, sin is the desert, Soul Valley. It's just not fun for the most part. And you can see the ambition and you can see what they were attempting to do, but they couldn't quite execute it. And there might be various reasons for that. Technical constraints of Switch 1, they ran out of time, could be another. Or maybe the designers just didn't have any good ideas. But I mean, overall, I would probably give it a 7 out of 10. However, if they patch a few things, I would probably put it up to an 8. Yeah, personally.
Well, we'll see. There could be patches coming at some point.
I hope they do patches. It definitely needs to be patched. There's some things that definitely need to be patched. Like there's some stuff that I've heard people say online. They're like, oh, they should patch this and patch that. But a lot of that stuff actually isn't viable. When you introduce patches, obviously the core design, the fundamental theme of what the game is staying intact. You're just kind of smoothing things out around the edges. So one of the things I'd like to see patched is they need to reduce the scanning by like a second, maybe 2 seconds. Takes too long to scan stuff compared to the original games. The crystal hunt, too much padding. They need to reduce that by about 25%. What's something else that they need to do? Add goddamn music to Soul Valley, man. Driving around on the motorcycle, the whole amiibo shit. No. What you could do is you could keep the whole jukebox thing as part of the amiibo, but just actually once you get the motorcycle, then have the viola track that plays when you're doing the certification sequence. Make that the default track when you're driving around the desert, and then when you get off, it then goes back to the ambient stuff, right? Imagine like sailing around Wind Waker, without the music. It would be so
that
lame.
Beautiful song too. That gives the sense of adventure. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah. Emotion is critical to a game, right? Like how you feel when you're playing a game, and music is critical to that. And the fact that you've just got this ambient, for like hours on end is just, it's too much. What else? I don't think there's anything else off the top of my head. There might be. Those are the things that come to my mind right now. But I think everything else is fine. There's stuff about the game that is just designed badly, but you can't actually change it. You couldn't patch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious I agree with a lot of what you said, Kiwi. We all went over our thoughts, and for me, I agree with you. Soul Valley feels very, very stagnant and uninspired, and
underdeveloped.
I do agree. Yeah, underdeveloped. Yeah. I feel like they should have cut back. I actually think the game would have benefited from being shorter, even if like cutting down that crystal hunt would have obviously made the game shorter, but the game would have been better for it. And level design again felt a little bit stale compared to previous both 2D Metroid and 3D Metroid, where you have that really smart interconnectivity and all the shortcuts that you discover throughout. This one really lacked that. And then I'm curious what you thought about this, though, because there was one part, and obviously this isn't something that they're going to patch in, really, but and I know it's a very divisive thing, but for me, the lack of Samus's voice acting I found very jarring when the companion characters are like speaking directly to her with questions, even, and then they just carry on talking as if Samus answered it but didn't. And listen, I'm not asking for Samus to be a yapper, but even if she talked as much as, you know, Afro Samurai does or John Wick does in the movies, where she maybe has like 5 minutes of dialogue the whole adventure, I mean, I would have been down with that. I think it would have been a little bit less jarring, personally.
I agree. In games, usually, especially when it comes to Nintendo stuff, I never go in like expecting some grand story. Like if you go into a Nintendo game expecting Rockstar writing or Naughty Dog writing, you're going to be very disappointed. With that being said, though, I do agree. I think Metroid Dread got it right. She only talks once in the whole game. Like you just create these segments where when she speaks, it has a lot of emphasis and it carries a lot of weight. But yeah, there were a couple of times I'm just like, that's a bit cringe. But then also in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, Link has the same thing. Like Zelda's talking to him, and he's just
and it bothers me. I'm like, we've done a lot of innovations with Zelda. I think it's time for Link to talk. People will get over it. People will hate it at first, and then people will like it.
I mean, I will say, I think the voice acting for the actual characters. So there's two different aspects, right? There's the voice acting and there's the dialogue. I think the voice acting is actually very, very well done. I think the dialogue is not. In a lot of places. So the quality of the writing. With that being said, with something like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, a lot of the voice acting I thought was bad. Zelda specifically, I couldn't tune out because I'm half British. My dad is British. So I know when I'm hearing like a phony British accent, because like the voice actress is Canadian. And I'm like, why did you hire someone who can't do a British accent properly? If you want to do the whole British royalty, you know, sort of voice, then just hire a British actor. I've just never liked the voice acting for Zelda. I know some people love her. And kudos. But yeah, but I thought the actual voice acting was good. Some of the dialogue is cringe. Granted, so the story for Metroid Prime 4, the actual outline of the story, comes from Nintendo. That comes from Tanabe. The actual writing, that came from Retro. So people are like taking sides in this and being like, oh, this is Nintendo's fault, or this is Tanabe's fault, or this is Retro's fault. Look, there's errors on all sides.
Sure.
Anyway, but back to answer your question, yes, Samus should have spoken. Agreed.
Yeah. It feels weird because she's spoken in prior games, so it's kind of like, why are we pretending she's like Link? That's not who Samus is.
Well, I think they took that route because of Other M. Personally, Other M was so bad. They just like
it was dry dialogue with dry voice acting. I don't. No.
Well, I hate Other M. I just hate that game. Everything about it. But I don't like the writing. I don't like the voice acting either. And even
And you think this is worse than Other M?
No, I don't think it's worse than Other M. No way. Like
Oh,
if I was to if I was to rank the Metroid games from like first to like first and 10th, right? So excluding the spin-offs and excluding the original Metroid 1 and Metroid 2. So I'd put Super Metroid at number 1, I'd put Other M at 10, I'd put Metroid Prime 4 probably 7th.
Okay.
Okay.
So, but I wouldn't say Metroid Prime 4 is a bad game. I mean, there were a couple of reviewers that gave it like a 3 out of 10.
That's so
ridiculous.
harsh.
Insane.
Yeah.
They've clearly never played an actual 3 in their life.
Yeah, that's like Superman 64 territory. What are we doing?
Yeah. And look, I think this is just a case of expectations and reality not meeting. Right. I think after 18 years, and rightfully so, fans were expecting, myself included, a revolution. And what we essentially got was just an evolution of Metroid Prime 3. And people feel that didn't justify the 18-year wait. What I actually think is going to happen is over the next 5 to 10 years, you'll see like a changing of the view of Prime 4 as it's settled in. Because people forget when Metroid Prime 2 came out, that was very, very divisive. Very divisive game. And now a lot of Metroid fans are like, oh, it's the best one. You know, so this stuff changes. Now, I don't think people are going to say, oh, Metroid Prime 4 is the best one. I don't think that'll ever happen. But I think people will settle a bit more.
I do think that the opinion, I feel like this game is a victim to its development cycle as well. I feel like if the same exact game had come out early in Switch 1's life cycle, that the perception would have not been as divisive or extreme as well. I feel like it's like this 8-year development that ended up bleeding into the next console really kind of enhanced that divisiveness. I think a lot of people were just expecting this, you know. I remember even when you came on the first time, I asked, like, is there going to be that moment that people go like, holy crap, like this is reinventing Prime or taking it to the next level? I guess Soul Valley was supposed to be that, but unfortunately was definitely one of the low points.
But I think I even remember saying to you back then that it wasn't going to be a big revolution. Yeah. And that like people who are expecting like Breath of the Wild were not going to get that. I was pretty adamant about that from the start. So I mean, I'm a little bit different because obviously I knew some things going in prior, like compared to everyone else. So, but even so, there was still heaps of stuff I didn't know.
Sure.
But anyway, Prime wants to ask me something.
Yeah, just taking it to the Prime topic quick. Are you aware of, or do you think there will be DLC for this game?
No, there won't be DLC for this game. This game was so costly to make. Have you seen the credits for this game?
Yeah, I did.
It's crazy. Yeah. And I think they just needed to get the game out. I'd be very, very surprised if there was DLC for this game. My thinking, and maybe this is copium, but I'm just trying to be logical about this, is this game cost a shit ton to make, right? This is one of the most expensive games Nintendo has ever made. So they had to spend all this time and money essentially hiring new staff, training up new staff, not just new employees, but the old retro had to essentially learn how to make a Metroid game again. There was a ton of outsourcing that was done that basically built up this massive production pipeline in order to make Prime 4 work. So now that you've got this production pipeline in place, it makes sense to take that and use that to make the next game. So my thinking is they are going to do a Metroid Prime 5. They are going to do Metroid Prime 2 Remastered, and you're going to see a Switch 2 edition of Metroid Prime Remastered. So Prime 2 Remastered, Prime 1 Switch 2 edition, and Prime 5. That's my thinking. Now, I could be overly optimistic here, but I just think that's the most logical thing to do. Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
I mean,
I'd love to see a remake of 2.
People would be very happy if that's what happens, I think.
Yeah, I heard that on a podcast. So there was a podcast last year that talked about that a bunch of times.
I think there was one in
one of the co-hosts.
I think there was one in 2024 actually when I said there would be Switch 2 editions of games, and people were like, "No way, they're going to do that. They're not going to do Switch 2 editions."
I remember that, and I remember when you brought that up, and I'm just like, that sounds so stupid that Nintendo's going to do it. I'm like, it sounds like something they would totally do, and here we are. That's their way of giving the Wii U game treatment is, hey, Switch 2 it.
They fill in their calendar gaps, man.
I also remember a lot of people telling me that they would never call it Switch 2. That's a stupid name.
I do too.
Here we are.
But I mean, I'm just trying to be logical about this, right? Because they want to get back their investment. Like getting Retro to pivot to Donkey Kong or some other IP isn't going to fully utilize the talent base that they've built up. And you got to remember, a lot of the core people on the team, like not on the design side, but on the engineering side, the art side, a lot of these people are very experienced when it comes to first-person games, especially on the engineering side, right? So getting them to move over to Donkey Kong or something else, I don't see happening. But I think the core game of Prime 5 will be developed by Retro, but Prime 2 Remastered and Prime 1 Switch 2 Edition, that'll be outsourced to one of the outsourcing teams that you saw in the credits for Prime 4, because Retro doesn't have the bandwidth to work on 3 games at once.
No.
And I this is just my personal thinking, and I don't want to digress too much, but I actually think this year is going to be quite a meh year from Nintendo. I think they'll be using a lot of Switch 2 editions to kind of pad out their releases.
That's going to make people so mad.
Because I was talking to, like, Andreas asked me this, like, whether I think there'll be 3D Mario. And I said, it's possible. Like, I know it exists. I've spoken about it on, and it could be this year, it could be next year. But you have to take into account the elephant in the room, which is GTA 6 and how that plays into things and where they're going to put their releases in regards to that. Because if you put 3D Mario up against GTA 6, well, at least initially, you will lose sales.
Here's my counter argument to that. Okay. Because I know that you stated publicly you have this one source that says GTA 6 is coming to Switch 2, but you're not very confident in that source, even though they've been right on some things. They're not right on everything, right? Cool. Mm-hmm. You don't think it's happening at least day one, especially not day one.
Yeah.
Let alone at all, but definitely not day one. The platforms it's already announced for, they're having a hell of a time getting this game out the door. So it's probably not going anywhere else besides what they've already promised, because they're having, we even just heard recent from like Jason Schreier saying it's not even a content complete game yet. So like that making people think it might even get delayed again, just based on how long QA is going to take for a game of this size. That said, assuming it does come out, my argument is, who cares? If it's not on Nintendo, it has zero impact on Nintendo. They need a big game to make people want to play Nintendo. They can't just do nothing and let everyone else dominate while Switch 2 just falls to the wayside. They would have to release a big game to counter a GTA 6.
The only game will be Pokemon. That would be the only game.
Yeah,
like my counter argument to your counter argument is that the people that are buying Nintendo Switches and Nintendo Switch 2s now, it's a different demographic. It's not just younger players anymore.
No. But Mario's evergreen. So what are we worried about? They don't need all their sales day one.
No, they don't. But you'd want sales day one anyway.
You would get sales day one.
You would, but you would lose potential sales, and it's not just sales as well. It's the attention that you lose.
So you think there's a huge crossover of GTA players and Mario? They're way different games, like way different.
Yes.
Well,
but there's a lot of parents that buy their kids GTA, even though they're like 12.
I'm not worried about the parents. I'm not worried about the parents.
No, but like it's. But what I mean is, there's a lot of kids that play Mario, right? There's a lot of kids that play Mario. Sure, that's like its biggest audience, and I mean, I don't understand why parents are buying their kids GTA. but it does happen. I think that's a bit irresponsible, personally.
Oh,
But
by the way, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm saying that as a parent, obviously, I'm not buying my kids GTA, but even parents I know that are like excited for it, they're like, "Well, I'm not buying my kid a whole console and $100 game day one. Like, I'll buy GTA 3 years from now when it's 50% off."
I'll say this. I do think now more than ever, GTA would affect a big Nintendo game, even though it's a wildly different audience. I'm saying that because look at the holiday that we just had and the record low numbers across the industry. There's economic issues. People are worried about what they're spending. So people are going to be making decisions. I mean, I don't see anything in the near future that's going to change and things are suddenly going to be a lot more affordable, especially in the games industry. That looks like it's going to get more expensive going forward. So I do think people are going to be making more so next holiday than even this past one of like, okay, well, we can get one game. Grand Theft Auto is the big one that everyone's talking about, or do we get the Mario? And I do think it could affect it. I don't know how much. I do agree with you, Prime. They need a holiday game. Like,
yeah, I don't think you go in with Pokemon. I don't think they do. I think that's a mistake to go in with just Pokemon.
Well, here's the thing with Pokemon. It's massive in Japan, right?
Sure.
GTA is not big in Japan. Pokemon is massive in Japan. But, I mean, GTA 6, whether you hate it, whether you love it, it's going to be the biggest entertainment product launch of all time.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't think if it's not coming to a certain platform, that platform should be worried about it because they're not even trying to get the same audience as PlayStation. So I don't understand.
It's not just the sales in themselves, but it's the attention and the marketing aspect of it, because GTA 6 is going to swallow up all the attention. All the streamers will be playing GTA 6. All the publications will be writing and talking about GTA 6. If Mario will just get buried, at least initially. I'm not saying that Mario would bomb and it would flop. I'm just saying those initial sales, which, you know, stockholders and all that stuff, they'll be looking at that stuff. I guarantee you if GTA 6, like, let's say, the CEO came out and said, "Oh, GTA 6 is not coming to Switch 2." You'd have all the people selling stock. Guarantee you.
Sure.
I'm not saying Mario would bomb. I'm just saying that if you were going to release 3D Mario, you wouldn't put it in November. That's for sure. Like, I would do it early October. Like, you wouldn't want to launch a game right in November against GTA. I think Pokemon would be okay. But
what I find really interesting is, like, I know GTA is massive, right? It's like literally the biggest game there is besides like maybe Minecraft or something. It's up there for 200 million copies plus of GTA 5 sold. Incredible, mostly due to the online mode. That's what really took GTA 5 to a level way beyond GTA 4.
Yeah.
And then they obviously kept that going for a decade plus. So, like, you know, people buy GTA 6, they think they're playing it for the next decade, and they might be. That's how long it took to make GTA 6. So, and
they'll be playing it a lot longer than a decade.
Yeah,
and they don't being a 2-decade game.
Sure. Either way, the point is they don't just make GTA either. They make other games as well. So they'll have other projects to work on, and they'll continue to make content for the online. What I find interesting is, like, you know, I've been talking to different developers and stuff, just asking them in general, like, are you guys afraid of GTA? And pretty much everyone's afraid of GTA, which is understandable, especially when you're a third-party multi-platform developer, because people are going to put all their time into that game when it comes out.
Yeah.
But I always sit back and I always go, yeah, but GTA might get delayed again. Like, at some point, you can't just keep making your business decisions based around GTA. And for Nintendo, a company that's never relied on GTA in any meaningful way on their platforms, even though they've had GTA games, they've never really been anything for them in terms of major sales. They might just go, who cares? We can't control them. We have big titles, and our titles are evergreen. GTA is also evergreen. Absolutely. I mean, come on. There's no doubt that GTA is an evergreen game. But why are we worried about it? We got to put out the best lineup we can do, because if we act afraid, we're just costing ourselves sales of our system again. For no reason.
I'm not saying they don't release a
Mario.
game. I'm just saying that they're not going to release it in November. They would
They're gonna
release
do
it
it
in
maybe
October.
like a summer or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, I think if you release a game a month before or a month after GTA 6, especially a month after, I think you're putting yourself in very, very dangerous territory. It depends on what their game is though. Like if it is 3D Mario, like Andrea seems to think it might be Luigi's Mansion. If it's Luigi's Mansion, they would do that in October anyway, because that makes sense because of Halloween. Right. But like if you release Luigi's Mansion 4 up against GTA 6, bruh.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Luigi Sweet.
I'm just gonna be honest. I still don't think that impacts Luigi's Mansion. I think that we're too stuck on this like GTA dominates everything. No, GTA dominates through the online. It's the online multiplayer. A lot of people that buy Nintendo games are single player gamers. They don't care about that online aspect.
Yeah,
So
but the thing is with the GTA
GTA
games, so the reason why GTA is so popular is because it penetrates almost every single demographic, right? So you've got the online people, then you've got the quality story mode that's really, really popular with single player people, right? Yep, and it's an open world, so there's all those different aspects as well. Like kids love playing GTA and running around and shooting people, even though that they shouldn't be playing the game, in my opinion. But
that's not. But it doesn't touch on people who like platforming games. It doesn't touch on people who don't like open worlds. It doesn't touch on people who prefer a single player only experience, not dominated by multiplayer. Because let's just be honest, and I'll say this for the millionth time. GTA 5 is only as big as it is because of the multiplayer. And you can see this with the history of GTA sales. 5 is like everything combined equals 5.
Yes.
Like 5 is huge because of multiplayer. So like I just think that, and I'm just saying this also as like a Nintendo fan. Less people aren't gonna watch the direct and be hyped because GTA is coming out. And most Nintendo fans don't even think about GTA. Because it's never been big for us. And we've never had 5. Now Nintendo of America, I know. Kit and Krista put it out there. They think about GTA all the time. They want that game on their system. Nintendo basically begs them. Their words, not mine.
Yeah, they're like, we need this thing.
Nintendo of America basically begs them to put GTA on Nintendo, but they haven't really done it in a meaningful way besides the trilogy that was offshooted and wasn't great. Sucks. The GTA 1, 2, 3 aren't actually that bad at games. And I agree that like it hits on the single player because like no one's acting like this game's not gonna have one of the best single player campaigns of all time. It probably will. It would be very disappointing if it didn't live up to the hype. But I get this thing as like a gamer where everyone tells me like, hey, nothing can touch GTA, and yet every gamer I talk to, nobody plays GTA. No one has interest in GTA. Kids might. But then if you look at Nintendo's demographics, their own demographics tell you 85% of their audience is over the age of 18. So like they aren't people that are just kids. Like I know there is a huge demographic that play my kids play Mario. I'm telling you, more adults play Mario than kids because more adults play Nintendo than kids do. I bet you the kid demographic might even be bigger on PlayStation than it is on Nintendo. I don't know that for a fact. Sony doesn't really publish age demographics like Nintendo does. But we have the age demographics from Nintendo. And I realize people lie, all those excuses. Everyone tells me, well, that's just, okay, yeah, you're right. People lie. So Nintendo's age demographics are off because everyone lies. I don't, like, it's too skewed to adult to be like every single person is lying because their second biggest age demographic is 25 to 35 and then 35 to 45. And like people aren't lying to be 30 and 40. I don't know. It's your parents. I'm like, I get that they can be playing on their parents. I understand all of that. But like everywhere I go to conventions, everyone's playing Switch, everyone's playing Nintendo, and it's adults. So I kind of just feel like everyone assumes GTA just hits on everyone, but it doesn't. There's like 1 billion video gamers out there between PC and console. Only 200 million sold. You're just going to ignore the other 800 million potential buyers. I'm not saying potential for Nintendo because there's not 800 million people interested in playing Mario. But I just kind of feel like it's not seeing the forest for the trees because GTA, now granted, it's tough because Nintendo was already having a bad generation back in 2013, right? Wii U wasn't doing well. 3DS had a bad launch. So we don't know what impact GTA would have had back then because Nintendo wasn't able to do anything really successful at that time. But no offense to 3DS and Wii U. I love the platforms, but we all know sales wise that the sales are what the sales are. I just really feel strongly, and maybe it's just because I don't really care about GTA, that it would just be so stupid to abandon people. Well, I don't want to say abandon, but like just even give a shit this game's coming out. It's like Nintendo not releasing the game in November because Call of Duty comes out every year. Like, who cares?
But I'm not saying that they don't release a game.
You're
I'm just saying that
Pokemon.
they shouldn't release a game right in the firing line of GTA. I'm not saying that the game will flop, and I haven't said that. I'm just saying the initial sales will be affected by GTA 6. And we live in a different time as well, where like you got TikTok and Reels and stuff, and like all these people posting Reels, and that's how that's another form of marketing.
Viral.
Especially the way how there can be like a cascade effect, I suppose, and what the algorithms choose to promote and all that sort of thing. I just feel that GTA is just going to dominate that space. So what would essentially be a time where Mario would be picked up on Reels and all that stuff, it'll get overshadowed by GTA. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that like the game would totally bomb. No, and I think in the long run, 3D Mario would still be fine. As you said, it's evergreen.
Yeah, it's evergreen.
But there's a lot of things to consider with these things, like in terms of the Q4 is the most important part of the year. That they have to appease stockholders and all that sort of thing. And also we don't know what the game is yet. It could be 3D Mario. It could just be Pokemon. It could be Luigi's Mansion.
Maybe it's a Zelda remake.
Yeah. But I don't think they're going to announce their Q4 specific release dates yet until they know for sure that GTA 6 is not moving. I am 90% sure GTA 6 does not move. I think that date is the date. But anyway, we digressed massively there. But anyway.
Yeah, we did. Well, we have a disagreement.
So we would
It's all right. It's all right. Obviously, we don't know anything right now because nothing's even happened yet. So. Hypotheticals. Yeah.
Do we think that the price of GTA 6 is going to cause any sort of issues with because you say could overshadow a Nintendo game per se, but if the price is high enough, do you think that'll knock down enough gamers from prevent enough gamers from getting GTA 6?
I don't think so, man. I think GTA is like the ultimate equivalent of FOMO.
True.
It's its own beast.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it affects anything. People are going to get it because it's GTA. It doesn't matter if the game doesn't live up to the hype of, previous entries or what people have built it up. I think GTA is going to dominate the conversation. And another, just to add on, I lost internet for a minute, so I missed the debate and stuff. But I do want to add in there that for a lot of people, I know a lot of us here are huge Nintendo fans. But for a lot of people, for millions of people, Nintendo's a secondary console. Yep. So you have to keep that in mind, especially with increase in prices, like I mentioned before, in tough economic times, that if you're a Switch 2 owner and Nintendo's a secondary console for you and you have the choice, chances are, especially on a budget with a more expensive, likely game, you're going to go with Grand Theft Auto. And that's not to say anything about Mario, but I do think Pokemon does seem like that game, like you said, Reese, that it's like the following is just so insane and the game will do so well in Japan that it wouldn't even matter. But yeah, I don't know. I think they could still get away with launching Mario, but I do think I don't necessarily know that it's the smartest launch window for your first big juggernaut on the console if it was Mario.
Yeah, and depending on the quality of the Mario title, right?
Yeah,
it would have to be like Breath of the Wild-esque Mario as opposed to Sunshine.
Well, you could just be Odyssey. Dude, the hype for Odyssey was massive.
Sure, but look how they did their marketing and how it was placed and everything. It was very, very well done in terms of the marketing campaign. And as much as I recall, what were they directly competing with in Odyssey? It wasn't. I mean, it felt like that they were competing with Breath of the Wild players in some ways.
This
But
entire conversation can be summed up by that guy who's like, "Oh boy, 2 cakes. You know, we can have both of us."
Well, you know what? I think there's an easy fix to all of this. You just release your game before November 19th.
Yeah.
That's it. Fixed. And the reason why is because if you look at it outside of this past year was unique because the Switch 2 launched in the middle of the year. So you had a lot of games release late into November and into December, but that is not typical. That is not at all. Usually it's a black hole in December. You had Indiana Jones release a couple years ago. We've had Smash Brothers, which your Smash Brothers, you can do that. But for the most part, all the big flagship titles are already out. So I think you just released it earlier. This is like the movies, you know, like don't go head to head with the big summer blockbuster. Release it before that or release it after that. But again, if you go after, then you're going into that December territory, which can be dangerous. So just get your games out the first week in November.
Earlier.
Yeah, easy, done, fixed.
Yeah, I agree.
And granted, I mean, I
agree
just
with
want
that.
to say, like, just given what I do, I have to try and be as objective as possible with these things.
Yeah.
And that's why I say this stuff. Like, look, GTA is not my favorite franchise, right? Metroid is. But I just try to look at this stuff and be like, okay, if we consider the market and what's happening, I'm like, is that the smartest thing? And I try to put myself in marketing shoes. Like, I imagine Nintendo of America is having discussions about this with Japan and their lineup for this year and where they're going to launch things. And GTA 6 will be discussed for sure. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I have to take the L and send Prime a DM and be like, bruh.
Well, yeah. Listen, you won't be wrong because Prime is convinced that we're not getting Mario till 2028. So
I don't think we are till 2028. But I'm not even like my statement's not even about Mario. It's just I don't think they should be afraid of putting anything up against GTA. I don't think it matters. I don't think the audience actually overlaps that much.
Well, we'll find out in time, won't we?
I'm going to tell you right now, the kids that I know that play GTA don't play Mario. I'm just telling you, they go from GTA to Fortnite to Call of Duty. They're not even looking at games like Mario.
He needs to have a gun or a ball.
I just don't really think the crossover's there. Just to be like completely honest, even with the young ones. And I'm just saying this as a dad with young kids that sees other kids. The only ones that play Nintendo are the ones that aren't playing GTA. So it's kind of interesting. I think a lot of that comes down to the parents also, as you said, you know, parents willing to shove Call of Duty and GTA in front of their kids instead of Mario is like.
What would be funny is if
raise your kids. I don't agree with that decision.
But what would be funny if in a direct randomly Nintendo announces that GTA 6 is launching on Switch 2 day and date.
That would be crazy.
Well, then it's just like, wow.
That's different then. That's
There
a
you
little
go.
different.
Yeah.
That's different because then they're hoping to get a huge crowd that wouldn't have bought Switch 2 to buy Switch 2 at that time. So that's a little different.
Yeah.
That'd be a huge win. By the way, that's exactly what Nintendo of America would like to see happen. Because they know we might be the cheapest system that you can play GTA on day one. And we're portable.
Yeah.
That's like a huge win for people that
being portable GTA. Thank you. Yes.
I mean, I would love to play
handles
GTA
wouldn't
6
have it yet, so it's like
Switch 2.
It would literally be the only way day one to play it portable.
It can look like sin. It can look like GTA 5 for all I care. But if I can do it on the go, that's fine. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
That's hard to argue. In that case, I think Nintendo would avoid because why? We're not gonna be able to make enough Switch 2s for two big games at the same time. It ain't happening. All right. Do anyone else have some more questions for him? kind of
to go back, Metroid Prime 5 is happening. We digressed way off there, but that's all good.
Prime 5 is happening.
That's my opinion.
Have you been on this podcast? We digress. That's how you do it. That's how this podcast works.
That Prime 5 is happening, or do you know that Prime 5 is
digress all the time?
No, I don't know if Prime 5 is happening. I assume it is. I assume it is. If I try to look at it objectively from a monetary standpoint, from a corporate standpoint. I mean, because what else can Retro make? Getting Retro to make another Donkey Kong seems a waste of time, personally, and they've got way too many platformers. The whole point is to diversify your game lineup.
Yeah, and we just had a 3D Donkey Kong, so I just, I don't think they're pushing for a new DK right now.
Yep.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, the only thing would be maybe letting them make a new IP, but then that sounds like they already tried to do that.
That was an epic
very
fail.
well. Yeah, and anyone who thinks that's not a real thing, the files leaked out there. People made playable versions. It happened. They were trying to make a new IP.
Yeah,
it's interesting. Stash, you got any questions for her? I don't think Stash has asked one yet.
Yeah, just third-party stuff,
Here it comes.
I mean,
he's like, I know what I tweeted.
Here it comes.
Yeah, just what can you tell us without telling us anything?
What can I tell you without telling you?
Without stepping on any toes, right? And being, mindful and respectful. Obviously, is there, any kind of clues you can give for us to chew on without telling us? Obviously,
well, I've already said that the floodgates will open pretty much with 2026.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, that still seems to be the case. I think a lot of the issues that they were having with Unreal Engine 5, specifically Microsoft, as far as I'm aware, they've been resolved. So that says to me that a lot of the Microsoft games that haven't made it over yet will end up on the system at some point.
Yeah.
I kind of already...
Just to interrupt for a moment, it sounds like in the Unreal Engine case, I just covered this the other day, the update 5.7 they dropped seems to specifically be for Switch 2 because it improved GPU performance by 40%. Only on Switch. So, that kind of feels like Epic and Nintendo were working together to get this update out there. So that could be exactly what solved everything.
So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the horizon. There's some stuff you can kind of guess. I mean, I've already revealed that the Resident Evil remake series 1 to 3 is coming. Just after 9, as far as I'm aware. What can I tell you without telling you anything? I mean, there's still the WTF game. That I'm sure.
I'm so curious.
Is it from a big AAA developer or indie?
What type of indie game would be a WTF?
See, you know what? I thought it could have
Super Meat Boy 3D.
That we kind of have an indication is coming now, but you mentioned this obviously before. I was curious when the data mine leaks of Monster Hunter Wild started dropping. I was like, I wonder if that is the game that Kiwi was talking about. Because for me, it's like that game doesn't run well on the powerful modern consoles. That would be a WTF moment to have that one revealed. Is there monsters in this WTF game?
Possibly. I love it. So I love it how you're trying to
you said
give me the crack here.
I got the indie game that would be a WTF, especially to Nintendo fans after everything. Pal World.
Ooh.
I thought it was going to say Expedition.
Yeah, that is a WTF game.
That would be WTF, but would Nintendo be like? I feel like they'd be petty and say, "Nah, dog."
No, that's why it's WTF, because Nintendo sued them, and yet it's coming to Switch 2. Nintendo gave them the dev kits and said, "Bring it over."
You know what?
We need
to think bigger here. Listen, the only thing that should be WTF to all of us,
GTA.
I've already said that GTA 6 is not the WTF.
I know, because you don't even think it's coming to Switch 2, but it's
But wait, I'm going to India in June, so I'm getting my dinner then. Looking forward to it.
Oh, good.
Yep.
So you can ask.
I look forward to hearing something from that dinner. I hope that is good news.
I'll take some photos.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what you eat.
I want you guys to think about this. The only thing that would be WTF for all of us is games from one company. Who
Sony.
is it? Yes.
Sony.
Yes.
Horizon.
So those are the lines we need to think.
It's so obvious for Horizon because they already did the Lego Horizon on Switch.
Those are the lines we need to think.
And Zelda's audience would cross over very well with Horizon.
Sony.
I don't think it's
Crash
Horizon.
Bandicoot's coming
Spider-Man
back.
would be huge if they brought Spider-Man, but I instantly go to Horizon since it's technically already touched a Nintendo system. He's staying totally silent.
Horizon would do well on Switch too.
So it's, it's a Sony game. Now it's just is it Horizon?
we've gotten him too far. He's like, I can't give another in. He's like looking away.
I love how persistent you are, but yeah, I've got to
Wait, I have a question that maybe you can answer.
Wait,
I got a question that maybe you can answer regarding this WTF game. Is this a game that caters to a very wide audience, or is this more of a niche game that there's like a cult following for that they've been waiting for a long time?
Dude, he's laughing. He loves this podcast so great.
No, because I just love how hard you're trying to get me to crack. Like, I'm going to give you something, right? If I say anything, if I literally say anything, I swear it'll give it away. So
you've given enough.
And I'll get, do you know how much shit I'll be in? I'll be in so much shit. Like,
don't give anything else. Okay. I already know.
Yeah. But look, I appreciate you guys trying.
He's like, I already know what game it is.
No, I care about your job. I care about the work you do. I respect it. I don't need to hear anything else. I'm good.
Do you play as a character with legs in this game?
All right, now you're like the Twitter account that's like really obvious, like, oh, Deltarin's gonna have gameplay.
Look, are the legs potentially made of metal or human flesh?
So, sorry, you said the player has legs or the NPCs have legs?
The player. Does the player have legs?
It's Raymond. He doesn't have legs. You heard it here first, chat.
Is this a game that you can jump in?
Do we have like other topics?
Every game ever today in the modern, can you jump in this game?
Right.
This is so funny. This is going to be funny to look back on when it releases.
Yeah.
And we're having discussions about did the player have legs? Do you have legs as a player?
Especially if we're just way off base with all of it. We're like, oh well, shit.
Yeah. Mind you, this is kind of my fault because I brought it up, right? I brought it up in the conversation.
Yeah, you actually
and then you guys are like, oh yeah. So now that I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. But anyway.
Put down the shovel. Well, see, if he thinks he shouldn't have said that, that means we hit pretty close to home on something. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
pretty sure it was.
Well, I know what you're doing, Prime, because of the fact that I revealed Fallout 4 on here, and you were looking at my face. I know you're looking at my face and trying to work out. Okay,
even if you don't say it out loud, I might just know just by looking.
Yeah. I've got a pretty good poker face, I must say.
But hey, to be fair, that was the one thing that got revealed on our show from you, and that's the one story that nobody else talked about.
I know. That's great.
So this show's a safe space, as you clearly see. Mainstream media don't care about
yeah. Still a bit risky.
We're indie. We're under the curve. No one's watching.
Dude, but like there are seriously some people some journalists and stuff that I swear they just sit on my Twitter and just wait for me to post stuff, man.
Yeah, dude, they got notification like starred and ready, buzzing every time you drop a tweet.
Yeah,
just
so like
they'll get shit up within like 3 minutes of your tweet. It's insane.
Yeah, so like I posted something a couple of days ago how I was more excited for third-party games on Switch 2 this year than Nintendo stuff, right? And people misconstrued that because I said I'm a super diehard for 3D Zelda, Metroid, and Smash Brothers, and they took that as he only likes Smash Brothers, Metroid, and Zelda, and I'm
I
like,
saw
no, that's
that.
not what I said. Yeah, it's not what I said. I just said that I'm
Shaking
super
my
diehard for those. But anyway, somebody asked in the comments, they're like, 2D Metroid, is that coming this year? And I said, I don't think so. I think it'll be 2027. And then I said that the next 2D Metroid will be very, very important as it's the end of an era. All right. And that was just a reply to someone's tweet. And then, boom, like, all these publications covering it.
Oh my goodness!
I was just like, "What the heck, man?" Like,
It
seriously,
was like
and
a
it didn't even take that
innocent
long.
response. It was like the most innocent response. It's
Yeah,
like, it's so wild, dude.
Yeah,
you heard it here first, folks.
yeah. I just said, "Oh, it's the end of an era," but apparently that's big news.
That's funny, man.
Get
Yeah, it is
Dexter
funny.
article about you, and that's how you know you made it.
Wow. Yeah, I guess. Is it a good problem to have or a bad problem to have?
Yeah,
I think
right,
it
you
depends
tell
on the
me.
context. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. You'll find
get
out
taken
in
out
a
of
few years, I
context.
suppose.
Yeah. So, what was the other question? Didn't you have another question? Or somebody had another question?
Oh man! Now he's asking for questions, and now everyone's just blank. He doesn't want us
Right,
to
what
go.
do we got? What do we got?
I know he turned the tables. Everyone's nervous now.
Yeah,
What do I
everyone's like,
ask?
oh no, now we feel bad if we're the asshole that brings up a topic he doesn't want to touch on.
Right, or you hit it, you like get him to accidentally reveal something.
Here,
and
I'll
you don't-
give one. I'll give a
Look,
question.
You
from
can
the
ask me anything.
you
I
can
might
have
not
an-
answer it, or I might just say no comment. But
Here,
feel
here,
free to
I'll grab an
ask me
audience
anything.
question. An audience question here.
Okay.
Kitsune, is Forza Horizon 5 or 6 coming to Switch 2?
I think, I don't know for certain because I haven't had an update, but I think they were looking at bringing Forza Horizon 6 to Switch 2, but there was some sort of issue with the triggers.
Because they're not.
Yeah. So my understanding is that's kind of a maybe. Like I wouldn't assume that that's coming. They're trying to work out how they would do that currently, as far as I'm aware. But I haven't had an update in a while. So,
and this isn't
Nintendo's
more of a
gonna need
question,
to do an
this is more of
Elite
a
controller.
statement of. I got one more from the audience here. This isn't really a question. I think at this point it's a statement of fact. We can make QE talks for this one. Thank you for the stream. Can't wait to play Sony games on the Switch too.
I was laughing when that came in.
That's funny. I got one. I got one for you, Reese. Where's Banjo? What's going on? You ever hear anything about Banjo? I know there was a lot of interesting theories about it. You know, Phil had made comments years ago, like Banjo fans, we hear you.
Banjo is
you know.
dead, bro. Like dead.
Hey,
and there's no Dragon
one's
Balls.
bringing it back.
So
and then Phil Spencer killed the Xbox. Like, what are we talking about?
yeah. So just to explain a bit like what's happening to Microsoft, even though this is a Nintendo show, it's always good to know what the competition's doing. Basically,
Right.
Satya Nadella is investing a lot of their time and their money into AI, right? So that is at the expense of game development. So anything that is not going to bring in like record-breaking profits is basically just dead in the water.
Damn.
Yeah,
That is
that's what like so many layoffs, dude.
Horrible, man.
So many layoffs because they're betting everything on AI. So a lot of these niche games are going to be, I don't see them returning. I think Banjo is gone.
Yeah, I was curious about. I always figured that the way forward for that series would be to do just like a remake, you know, kind of like how Toys for Bob did for Spyro and for Crash.
Sure.
And I was curious because you know Phil had made some comments, you know, years ago, and Toys for Bob expressed interest in it. Rare, I mean, they're just the Sea of Thieves team. I believe that game that they announced 7 years ago, Everwild, is officially canceled now.
Yep.
I think it's now officially canceled. That game was announced like 7-8 years ago. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It's sad. It's sad to hear.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look and see that Microsoft is very different to Sony and especially Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
At their core, they're a software company. That's where they make their money. Like Xbox is just a side thing. Microsoft Gaming is just a side thing. So they're never going to make the sort of investment that say maybe Nintendo would. Like, granted, like look at Metroid. If any other publisher had that IP, it would be dead. Nobody would be making Metroid games because they don't make a lot of money, and you could invest that money and time elsewhere, maybe in another Mario game that makes a record-breaking profit. So, especially as Microsoft moves more and more into the third-party arena, taking gambles on games like that is not worth it for them. And they'll be sitting on data, right? They'll be looking at data to see how viable it would be to bring back Banjo. But they might just look at it as like, well, we'll just keep them in Smash and make money that way. But I mean, they had that Perfect Dark game that was almost done, and they're just like, nope, gone.
Dude, so lame. That's so upsetting. That's so upsetting.
Yeah.
So, it's unfortunate what's happening. I mean, the industry is in a very, very bad place. A lot of devs that I speak to are really, really nervous. Very, very nervous because usually in the past when there's been bad, I suppose, seasons in the industry, you come out of it. But this has just been going on for so long now, and it looks like it's about to get worse.
Yeah.
So, like, I know devs that have worked at places like Naughty Dog and Rockstar, even some of the retro studios guys. They can't find work. Yeah. Like one of the devs, I won't mention who worked at Retro Studios. He's been unemployed for like a year, and this is a guy that worked on like Prime 2, like Tropical Freeze. Like, can't find work.
That's insane.
Wow.
Yeah. So you think of the caliber, like there's people that I know at Rockstar, right, that worked on GTA 5 and Red Dead 2, can't find work. So
wow.
If it's that bad, like that puts into perspective how it is for like a newbie, like someone that's just come out of university or something trying to get into the industry. It's bad, man. Like what I'm saying doesn't actually begin to fully articulate how bad the industry is, particularly in the West. Like Japan's okay because their cultural model seems to work very well with game development, because they keep the same staff there the whole time. They spend their whole life at the company. They pass their expertise, their knowledge, everything down to the younger devs. So there's a smooth transition of a knowledge base, right? And also because of the way Nintendo operates, there's kind of overlap in a lot of different areas. And the CEO isn't earning like $50 million a year and isn't trying to appease shareholders all the time to get their bonus of another $50 million a year. You know, just stupid stuff like that. So like Japan will be fine. Nintendo will be fine. Capcom will be fine. Square Enix will be fine now that they're moving away from the whole exclusive thing, because that was actually self-sabotage. That was just dumb. But yeah, the West is in a bad place, both in North America and in Europe. It's really bad.
Yeah, it feels like a train that's derailed and is heading for a cliff. That's what it feels like.
Here's a train I want to know. Have you, or can you reveal if Half-Life 3 exists?
Yes. However, I will say Half-Life 3's development has been very, very weird over the last decade. Because of how Valve works, right? They don't have a hierarchy in terms of the development cycle. So what essentially happens is a game developer wants to make a game. So let's say a game developer wanted to make Portal 3, right? I want to make Portal 3. He manages to convince a number of other devs at Valve to work on Portal 3. They work on it together. They're like, yeah. And then they hit a brick wall. And then a couple of the devs are like, nah, I can't be bothered anymore. I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm going to work on my project over here. So they basically have the freedom to do whatever the hell they want. So what's happened with Half-Life 3 is one person gets a bunch of people to work on Half-Life 3. Yeah. They're all working on it. And then it hits some sort of brick wall and they're like, nah, we can't be bothered. And then they move on to something else. It gets cancelled. I don't even want to say cancelled. It just stops. And then they want to do Half-Life 3 again, and then they start from scratch again. So I've been hearing this for years now, to the point where I'm just like, does it exist? Maybe. But is this like the 5th or 6th time that I've heard this? So, I mean, personally, I think this rumor of the Steam machine being launched with Half-Life 3, I think that's entirely viable. But until I see a trailer, I just can't put faith in anything just because I know how the structure works at Valve.
Yeah, it's funny you talk about the structure. The whole time I kept thinking of two things. One, their developers seem to have ADHD.
Just like me.
One. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I got ADHD. Everyone in my family has ADHD. It is what it is. They can be managed, but also the fact that they can just freely willy just reboot projects and not give a shit. Dude, everyone there must have fuck you money.
Oh, they do. So
serious fuck you money.
Oh, yeah.
So
who cares about pissing away a bunch of development resources?
So I haven't announced this yet, and I don't even know if it will happen. So obviously you're aware that last year at the NZ GDC I did the
Nintendo
presentation on Nintendo's design philosophy, right?
Yep.
So the guy who actually built Steam, he lives here in New Zealand. I know him. Hung out with him a few times, had coffee with him. So I'm trying to organize a panel to do with him at the next NZ GDC. And he's agreed to do it. I just have to get the NZ GDC on board. But he doesn't really do interviews or any of this stuff. Like, he's been out of the limelight for a long time. So this is actually a really, really big deal because he's told me some stuff. Because I said, oh, we should do an interview. And he's like, I don't want to do an interview because I'll say some stuff that I shouldn't. And I'm like, and this is like a few years ago.
Been out of the limelight for a while, yeah.
Yeah. So, but now I'm like, hey, okay, this is a panel at the NZ GDC. It's to do with game developers. You'll be helping the industry here. We can present it in a way where, like, we plan all the questions beforehand. So, like, you know what you're going to be asked and all that. So that will be something that I might be possibly doing later on in the year. But anyway, but yeah, with Valve, that's essentially, they all have fuck you money. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, there's only like,
I'm like, man, this sounds like a rich kid, the trust fund. Just who gives a fuck?
Well, people don't get laid off there. Like Valve has like the infinite money glitch, right? They don't even have to do anything and they make money. So yeah, they're all pretty wealthy, but you don't want to pay them too much to the point where they would retire. So that's the trick. Actually, I don't even know how many people still work at Valve. I think it's like 100. How many people work at Valve?
They're just maintaining that shit.
350 employees. Wow. Okay. That's quite a bit. That's gone up quite a bit from the old days. I mean,
well, you said they have to, keep the employee pay good, but not too good. And so as they keep having more and more fuck you money coming in, they got to find a way to write off for taxes. You got to expand the team.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. I've always been more of a Portal guy than a Half-Life guy. And I'd rather see Portal 3 than Half-Life 3.
Left 4 Dead.
I would too.
I would love a Left 4 Dead 3.
But they don't like 3. They don't like the number 3.
They don't. I need a full, and I know they kind of had this with Portal 2. They did have some sort of service like this, but I need like a full like Mario Maker style Portal 3. Like, it doesn't even have to be like a full Portal game. It just could just be like full on. You get to make your own levels. Here's all the assets and resources. Here's all the fan community made stuff.
Doesn't that already exist? I thought
that's what I'm saying.
That.
So something like an updated version of that with maybe like new stuff is what I was saying.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. It already exists. I know this, they've done it before, but like, I think it'd be, if they brought it back in a new way and maybe they added like even more multiplayer, like maybe like 4-player co-op or something like that. I don't know. So a lot of cool ideas you could bring to the table on that one.
I mean, my biggest concern with Valve, which doesn't actually get talked about a lot, is when Gabe officially rides off into the sunset.
Yes.
And who takes over? Because if Valve becomes a public company,
oh my god!
If they go public and they start doing dodgy shit, the appeal of Steam will be lost, and they'll monetize the crap out of that. if you get the wrong CEO in there. But people don't really talk about it that often.
Yeah, I was watching a TikTok about that. It was like a 1 minute video, video. I say TikTok. Yet they're not innocent of their business practices. Don't get me wrong, but in terms of the industry and what's going on, it's impressive how much they could abuse and they don't, and how sustainable they've decided to go with long-term stability and sustainability with their company model rather than just milking the crap out of gamers like they could. So, yeah, it's but I agree with you. It is scary to what happens when Mr. Gavin is gone. I don't know. Somebody kind of greedy might come in, but it could also be okay. They could be, grooming somebody that it would be, they have the same philosophies and whatnot. So fingers crossed.
You know what would actually be really funny is if they leaned into the joke of the not liking the number 3 and they just skipped right to number 4.
That would actually be pretty funny because it's a way of trolling the community in a way.
Right. But yet everybody would love it.
And that's where the 4-player co-op comes into play. We brought it all together. We tied it all together.
I just saw a comment here about how someone's never played a Metroid game before and they love Metroid Prime 4. And I didn't mention that. I actually think Metroid Prime 4 is a good game for noobs that want to get into a Metroid game. I think it's very much designed with new players in mind. And I would suggest to anyone who has never played a Metroid Prime game before, play Prime 4 before Prime 1. I've never been able to get my nieces and nephews into the Metroid series because they find the game design too intimidating. I haven't given them Prime 4 yet, but I'm hoping because it's a lot more streamlined that'll help. But yeah. Anyway, that just prompted me to say that.
I really wanted. I hate to jump on Prime 4 again, but it just reminded me of.
Well, we digressed from it majorly onto GTA 6, so it's good to circle back.
I had been hoping pre-release, I guess, before we started getting like the big looks at what the game was going to be, that there was one staple that they started putting in the 2D Metroids that would make its way into a Prime game, because I do think it would work well. I don't know what you guys all think about it. I may have talked about this on a podcast episode before, actually. Something like Mr. X and Nemesis. I mean, we got that in Fusion, we got that in Dread with the Emmys, but I loved when we found out that like this game was going to have Silex. I loved the idea of kind of the hunter and the hunted again happening, and you being in scenarios where it's like you just got to get the hell out of there. We didn't get that with this, but I feel like something like that could work in a fun and interesting way in a Prime game.
I mean, it could work. I suppose it all depends on whether that's a road SPD would want to go down. Some people find that stuff very intimidating. Some people just really don't like the whole idea of this thing chasing you around.
For sure.
For like the whole game. Like, to be honest, I haven't played Resident Evil 2 Remake yet.
Sure.
I feel like that's a game I need to play on stream because it would scare the shit out of me, right?
Sure.
And I think people would love to see that. But yeah, I think for a lot of people, that's like really intimidating. I mean, I didn't mind the Emmy because it's only in small parts, but when you have like a presence that's just following you the whole game, I think that puts people on edge quite a bit. And I talked about this when I did my presentation at the NZGDC. The whole something being hard and something being stressful, right? Nintendo don't like their games to be stressful, so they try to encourage their developers not to do that. Now, granted, the example that I used was Prime 2, because that's kind of a stressful game because of, I suppose, the cognitive overload you have a lot of the time. And I used the Boost Ball Guardian as a good example because you're in this atmosphere that's constantly killing you. You have to try and find health. You have to try and find missiles. And you have to find ammo for your beams while trying to avoid getting hit as well, and so like it's a lot for the player to maintain. So if you've got an exploration type game where you're trying to look around, you're trying to find stuff, you're trying to work out what you're going to do, solve this puzzle, but in the back of your mind you got this thing that's like going to kill you, especially if it's a one-hit KO or like a one-hit kill, like the Emmys.
Yeah.
That would just be like, oh my god, So I think it would depend on how they implemented it. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it or they couldn't do it. They could do it, but
I even think about. I was gonna say, I also think about Village, Resident Evil Village. It's first person in the opening chunk of the game. You're in the vampire house, and Lady D is, she walks through the house, so you may randomly run into her, and you're like, I got to get out of here. I like that kind of stress. Nintendo does do a form of stress in games that actually stresses me more out than being followed by something you can't kill. It's time limits. I don't know what it is. When I see a countdown, that stresses me out more than anything. And they do it all the time. I mean, the early Pikmin games had strict timelines. Metroid Prime, there's always those escape
sequences.
I remember that like stressing me the crap out my first time playing the game. So they do find ways to creep in stress somehow. But I hear what you're saying.
They do. They do at times. Yes. I think time limit is a different type of stress though to having. Some sort of character that's following you everywhere. Because with the time limit, it's like, okay, cool, you've got this time limit. I've got this amount of time before I have to complete the game or this task or whatever. Yeah. When you've got like Alien Isolation, right? You just never know. It's so random that I think it puts people on edge. I know for me it does. 100%. Like if I play those games, after like an hour, I'm done, man. I'm mentally fatigued. I got no energy. Like I just want to. I'm like so like burned out from like all the adrenaline of that. But it could happen though. If I think Retro could probably find a cool way to pull it off, but I don't think I personally would want that for like the whole game.
Sure.
I mean, you could do it. You could even have a sequence. In a game, like maybe in a particular biome in Prime 5, you go through a section where something's hunting you for maybe, I don't know, 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something. That would be a good switch up of like gameplay in terms of the pacing, right? Yeah. But I mean, there's various ways they could do it for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, with that, we probably get to our next topic. Game Bird, we're going to save yours because I think that, out of respect for the guest time, obviously we put that one towards the end for our hardcore audience. So let's go actually to Thunderstash's topic here. I just finally looked at it in the doc. Hell of a topic. And I definitely want to hear Favlam and Kiwi talks on this one.
Okay, good. Well, you guys can kick us off then. So this is about our gaming plans for 2026. I think a week or two ago, we talked about our, New Year's resolutions as far as gaming's concerned. But this is like our actual plan. Like, what are we going to do? Are we going to hit the backlog? We're going to try to play one game at a time until we beat that game without moving on to something else. We're going to maybe dive into a new IP that we've never played, like Prime. You were talking about diving into Dragon Quest this year.
Yep.
And what better time than 40th anniversary? It's going to be a lot of fun stuff going on. Maybe limiting the total games you play, right? Quality over quantity, aka the Nintendo difference. You guys remember that? During the GameCube marketing era. So stuff like that, right? What are you guys' plans? And Kiwi or Favlam, one of you guys, whoever's prepared for this.
I'll start because I do have a thing I've been wanting to do. I really got to kick competitive games. I love them, but god damn, they are such a time sink, and it's usually detracting from other things. The big one for me is Valorant. I love it. It's fun, but it's so every match is like 30 to 40 minutes. I love Marvel Rivals. It's fun, but it's just like, again, it's just those things that it's like, it is such a time sink to get to a like good at those games and like be at a point of like, okay, I'm happy with how much I've progressed in them. And I think I want to take more time to sit and like kind of digest either my backlog or games maybe I've gotten into and I haven't finished, or I've streamed them and I maybe haven't finished them on stream, like kind of just like doing individual streams where I'm like, all right, let's just go ahead and all right, I got halfway or I got 2/3 of the way through Prime 4. Okay, let's finish that out. Okay, I got this far into this game. Let's try and finish that one out. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of like games I'm like super excited for going into 2026 though. I know it's not quite on topic, but like I know GTA 5 is supposed to become, or GTA 6, excuse me. I don't know. I like GTA. I'm not like the biggest GTA head. I'll play it. I'll probably get it, but I'm not like sitting here like I can't wait. Oh my God. Hopefully maybe a 3D Mario, but yeah, otherwise it's just kind of like rolling with what comes out and trying to grab what's on my Switch too and seeing how many more games I can kind of just play a little bit before I go to bed and pop it on my Switch too.
It's a good game plan, man.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody else has that problem with competitive games and being just kind of addicted to them.
Yeah, that's why I don't really do it anymore.
Right.
I just can't afford to time-wise.
Yeah.
You know, like I want to play NBA 2K like I used to.
Right.
Actually, before I reviewed games, when I was still a director at Lone Depot, I'd be on 2K like all weekend playing online. And is very fun. But now that I actually review games, this is what I do. I can't do that, which is weird, right?
Right.
You'd think I'd be able to play it more now, but that's definitely not the case. So that's why I stay away. I stay away from that. I stay away from Animal Crossing. I downloaded the update for Michaela. I reminded her that at 10 p.m. Arizona time, our time,
right,
you can download that Switch 2 update that you already paid for. So I'm gonna, experience that vicariously through Michaela, but I can't do it myself because again, I don't have time.
Time is such a precious commodity, right?
Yeah.
And like every time you invest your time into something, it's always at the expense of something else. So it actually comes with a lot of sacrifice, right? So if you get into some hardcore competitive game, that you're going to be sacrificing something else to make that happen. Like a lot of people don't realize these gaming journalists and these people that have to do reviews, they're like, oh, that's the best job. I'm like, nah, man, that's stressful because they've got like a certain deadline where they have to review a game by. So they might be rushing the game. They might not be taking their time. They're just like, I got to beat this thing.
Right.
And it's just something important to consider. I mean, the way I kind of view it, like, okay, I have this amount of time. What are the games that I can fit in that aren't going to kind of disrupt things too much? And I will say, like, the type of games that I'm into these days are way different from like 10 years ago.
Right.
Because one of the problems I have, especially with story-oriented games, is I can play it, right? I can get like 7 hours in, and then I don't get back to it for like 2.5 weeks. And by the time I get back to it, I'm like, wait, what's the story again? Who's this character? What are they doing? I'm finding I'm having that
from
problem.
the beginning.
Yeah,
when that happens to me, I won't even continue.
Yeah, and it's very, very frustrating. Which is part of the reason. And Thunderstash, you'll be happy about this because I've mentioned before I've never played a Final Fantasy game, right?
Yeah.
So because I'm looking to do Japanese interviews, and a lot of game devs are reaching out to me. There's like some potential sponsors that want to sponsor the interviews. They're like, oh, we really want you to do an interview with like some Final Fantasy developers, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to play these games then. Like, there's no escape. I just have to do it now. Right, so I mean, I downloaded the demo of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I was like, "This is pretty good." Okay, I might have to play it, but I'm already worried because I'm like, okay, I do not have the time to play every single Final Fantasy game. So Stash, you can give me an opinion of which are the best games to play to kind of get the idea of everything, because I will have to go down the rabbit hole somewhat. Because I'm not. If these interviews do happen, and I'm not sure if they will, but I have to be prepared, right? I do not want to go into an interview blindsided and have no idea. I mean, I'd be as prepared as possible, but it's different when you're like watching a gameplay video, like a walkthrough or playthrough, as opposed to playing it yourself. Two completely different things.
I would suggest for the 2D games, Final Fantasy 2 and 3 on SNES, which some people will say it's 4 and 6.
Yeah, it's got the weird naming conventions.
It is. Yep. They're both the same thing, but 2 and 3, 7, no doubt that is my favorite one. Many people's favorite. I would go with the remake ones. Obviously, there's remake on Switch 2, and then Rebirth is already
Rebirth
out.
will be coming. Yep.
Yeah, I put I think about 250 hours into Rebirth, and it was worth every minute of it. And I don't do that. I don't do that. And by the way, you do not need to play it that long.
Yeah, no.
I was going for the platinum, the 100%.
I think there's like in the Switch 2 version, and it's probably the same with Xbox as well. There's like a new version or like a story version which condenses everything down so you can get the gist of the story, but like you're maxed out on health or something. I think I saw that. Yeah, I think I saw that in the demo version.
If you're pressed for time, that might not be a bad option. You know,
because I think that would give me the general idea of what the game is. Still enjoying it. Well, still enjoying the story, but like condensing it a little, so it's a
very
bit
good
easier.
story.
Yeah,
it's a very memorable story and cast. One that sticks with you. I mean, literally, I played it on PS1 when it released, and that's like something that has stuck with me. You know, 7 years later.
Booting up remake, like it's one of the rare experiences where like you're like moved by it. Well, not that I haven't been moved by games in the past, but because it was so special back then, and like just hearing that soundtrack again and seeing how they fleshed out some of the characters, like oh my gosh, Eris in these reimagined versions of 7 is so amazing. Like they did such a good job with her character, even Barrett the crush. But yeah, you got to play Race. And I hate to throw back to the first topic, but you hear anything about a Final Fantasy 9 remake or anything like that? I have to ask because there was the NVIDIA leaks. Is this what the fuck game?
I don't know shit, man. I don't know. I don't actually know a lot about Square Enix.
Okay.
I don't have like Square Enix and Sega are probably like the two big ones in Japan that I don't really know much about. I recently got a new source, so I could probably find out.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to
I'll
say.
see what I can do. But that would be something I would DM you privately. That's not something I would announce publicly.
Of course.
But in terms of competitive games, I don't really play competitive games. I just don't have the time now. The only game I really play online is Smash Brothers, and that's about it.
What do we mean? Who you mean?
Samus.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I know that's like the lamest answer, but yeah, Samus and probably Link are probably
Which one?
my two best.
Yeah.
Which version?
Adult Link. Yeah, good question. Those are the two mains that I have. In terms of, I mean, as I said on Twitter, right, most of the games I'm excited for on Switch 2 are third party. Nothing on the Nintendo front really does anything for me yet. That could change. But yeah, I mean, Resident Evil 9, because I do like Resident Evil. I just haven't played RE2 yet. That's the one I haven't played because I'll be sweating so much as I play it. But yeah, Resident Evil 9, GTA 6, obviously. I'm actually really excited for Crimson Desert.
Yeah.
You know, we played it, right?
No.
Yeah, we all played it. We had a meeting with
When was
Pearl
this?
Abyss.
I played
We played
3
it
hours
at
PAX.
total, I think, between everything.
PAX West. We had a
And I
private
played it.
meeting with
Holy
them.
crap! Really?
We got to
Wow.
play
Wow.
it for an hour.
Yep.
It was in the middle of the game. I have a video up on my channel with all of our gameplay.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And then I narrate a good portion because actually there's a lot to learn. It's a lot to learn in this game, but once we've all said it. This is no, it's not bad. We've all said it. Like, this is a game that you need to play from beginning to end. Like, don't have these long lapses where you don't play or don't start another game. Just learn it, love it, play it to the end. That's the way to go, because the controls they're not bad. They're just different. Like, the combat in the game is like doing like Street Fighter fighting inputs.
Oh, interesting.
It's very interesting.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
I've never experienced a game of this style that controls this way. And there are moments that once it clicks, it's just brilliant. It feels like one of the most skillful games of this style out there where skill can matter. But I also talked about this at the time too. It's in one of the videos. I don't know if it was mine or Stash's, but basically that the one problem I have with it is it's like they had this really amazing combat in-depth system, and they just kind of blanket applied it to everything we played. So like just picking up a flagpole to stick it into a hole would be like the most complicated thing ever and not at all fun. So I remember telling them, hey, for instances like that where it's not additive, you can just make it a single button. It's okay.
Yeah, there were inputs that were a little bit over. Like, for example, like to talk to an NPC, it would be like right or like left trigger, left bumper, triangle to talk to an NPC.
So it has too many button inputs. It
has a lot of button inputs.
Yeah, not an intuitive control scheme. Yeah,
I feel I agree. I agree with Prime. I think the combat, we started like middle of the game, so there were so many combos. It clicked after a while, and the team was amazing to help out. They were pretty intuitive, and when we were kind of confused, but they're like, oh, it bleeds all these different combos slowly. Like, you don't get them all at once. Which would have been a huge help. I think the only area that needed refinement was what Prime said. I think some of the basic stuff out of combat, like talking to an NPC or getting on a horse, they could simplify. It doesn't need 3 or 4 buttons for those.
Okay. Well, I look forward to playing it on Switch too.
Yeah, but it's a pretty game, and the boss fight was a lot of fun that we all got to play.
Yeah. That was.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. And the other one I'm excited for is Halo remake.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's probably. But I know there's other third parties that I can't really talk about.
I'm not gonna let this go. Did you just confirm Crimson Desert for Switch 2?
Maybe.
He like looked straight in the camera when he did it.
No, he really did. He was clip farming. Oh my goodness.
I'm just like, hold up. Wait a second. Technically, GameStop was the OG league for it.
Wow.
But I'm just saying. He said it. He's not going to say it again.
It's a Prime exclusive, chat. It's a Prime exclusive.
Listen, I love the idea of Crimson Desert coming to Switch 2 because of NintenByte Podcast. Because when we were there, right before we got interviewed, we asked, is it coming to Switch 2? Like, our audience is really interested in this. And the guy was like, really? Like, surprised. Like, oh, really? Switch 2 players are going to be interested in this? Yeah, so I love to think that. Like,
when did you speak to them, by the way? How long ago
PAX.
was this?
PAX West.
PAX West.
Like August, September.
Was it last
August 30th?
Like Labor Day weekend.
September 1st.
U.S. Labor Day weekend.
It was that Sunday, yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to work out when you spoke to them as to when I heard about this, as to the timeline and everything. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Cool.
This
Good
is
talk.
awesome. Day and date? Well, you said this year. I was going to assume it's day and date. All right. Dude, this is wild.
I'll have to gap it in about 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Crimson Desert's coming out soon. I spoke to them recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out.
No, I totally believe you. You
March.
were
Yeah, March 19th, but I'll be playing it
hopefully soon.
hopefully
On your
about
Switch
6 weeks here. Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I don't think it's day and date. But if it is, that would be a great Nintendo Direct announcement.
That was Crimson Desert.
That'd be a killer Direct announcement in February.
Well, I'll tell you this. I'll say this, that depending on the publisher, Nintendo sometimes likes to announce certain third-party games in their directs, as opposed to getting the publisher to announce them themselves. So there are times, I think it was it Chronos that just got announced in a direct? It didn't get announced beforehand, right? So that's a good example. So you'll see that with the next direct, I'm pretty certain. I don't know this for sure, right? I don't go around trying to find info in directs. I know some people are like, oh, these are the dates that the directs is happening, and this is going to be in the direct and stuff. Just connecting dots, I would assume that certain third-party games will be announced in this coming one.
Excited.
Like a Crimson Desert.
So it's a partner showcase direct. Got it. Okay, you heard it here first.
Maybe.
Dude, I am gonna be so hyped when it actually gets revealed for Switch 2 officially. Like I played this. Here's the thing. I played it at PAX East, and I thought it was gorgeous. And I did the most difficult boss fight, of course, right away, because that's what I always do at these events. When they tell me one's the most difficult one, that's what I'm going to go do. And it was kind of frustrating. The controls were extremely frustrating because it would tell me to do the thing on screen, and I'd feel like I hit the button when it told me to do it, and it didn't do anything. And the reps there were trying to help, but they could just really tell I was having a hard time grasping things. And I was like, man, this game looks so good.
It does look really
I don't
good.
like how it plays. And then I get to PAX West and we get this hour session, and I was like, wait, this is the same game? Hold up. I could actually figure this out. I just need a moment. Oh, hey, this is actually kind of badass.
If the game is fundamentally sound, like if most of the design and everything's intact, changing the control scheme is probably one of the easier things to do towards the end. Especially if you're taking something that's a complicated control scheme and you're taking something and basically assigning it to a button as opposed to like 3 different inputs. That would be a lot easier. And I've actually heard this a lot where devs refine their control schemes at the end. Interestingly enough, Nintendo does the opposite. They refine their control scheme first.
Right.
Yep.
And then move on to everything else. That's one of the things that they focus on first.
Like Mario 64.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Interestingly enough, though, Nintendo has some pretty strange control schemes sometimes.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah. Like Breath of the Wild wasn't like jump, like the default. If I remember, default, it's X is jump.
Yeah.
And then B is sprint on the default, which is wild, but
yeah.
No
so
pun intended.
I did a review of Donkey Kong Bonanza with 2 developers that worked on Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze. And one of the designers pointed out that he didn't think that the control scheme was very good. It wasn't very intuitive, and he had a lot of problems with it. But with that being said, I did ask him, I'm like, were you playing other games while you were playing this? And he's like, yes. And I said, well, that might be why. Because if you're playing multiple games at the same time, then you get used to a control scheme, and then you're going off. And then depending on what the game is, it can kind of mess up your whole idea in your head of what the control scheme is like if you're going back and forth. So usually when I play a game, I try to play just one game, stick to it, and then move on to the next one. Sometimes that's not always the case. But with like Metroid Prime 4, I basically, I was going on holiday, so I had like a week basically to bang it out. But that's another reason why I like the Metroid games is they're short. I think there's too many games these days where this is ironic though, where they pad out the game, and Metroid Prime 4 does this obviously. But yeah, like some of these big open world games, like 100, 250 hours, and I'm just like, dude, what the hell, man? Like, it's like, how much of this stuff do you actually need?
Right,
preaching to the choir, dude.
I'm with you. I think I missed the GameCube era of like games could be beat in an afternoon. Like if you like sat and it was like a 5-6 hour session. Like obviously, it's nice to have more game, but like I don't know. Sorry, keep going.
No, for Vlam, I love what you're saying right now. I love that you referenced the GameCube, Eric. I literally talked about this on the podcast a while back, that we need more short games. Like I miss the time of like the 10 to 25 hour game. And I don't think there's less value there. I'm happy to pay full price for a game that has no padding, has a phenomenal story or phenomenal tight gameplay. There's so many amazing games that fall in that 10 to 30 hour range. Like not everything needs to be 100 hours, 200 hours. And that doesn't mean better either. There's a lot of games that are worse for that. So
yeah, I agree. But there's some sort of thing where price and time are kind of like this big thing. If you're paying $70 for a game, then it needs to be this amount of hours. And I guess I understand why some people think that, but yeah, I'm personally not for it.
So some people, I always heard the $1 per hour thing, and I'm like, I don't know. That's not always. I don't think that's always true and should be true, especially because like I think you could have a very high quality product that is short at a $60 price point. Like I don't know. Like I think Dread's a great example of that. I know Dread was still not a short game. It was shorter than and compared to a lot of Nintendo games at the time. So it's like, you know,
I think if you're gonna sit there and argue that the amount of time is what that it takes for you to complete the game is what dictates what the value should be, then those people should be praising the Crystal Hunt in Soul Valley. They should be praising the Triforce Quest. My favorite Zelda game is Wind Waker. I'll tell you firsthand, the Triforce Quest is the worst part of that game, and they could have cut that out, done something else that's a lot shorter, and the game would have been better for it. So you have to be able to sit here and say that if they didn't do that Triforce Quest, it wouldn't have been worth the money. Yeah, you have to be rooting for that stuff. You got to be rooting for
Triforce Quest out of Wind Waker, and I think it'd be like one of my top 3 Zelda games. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never replayed Wind Waker primarily because of that Triforce Quest, because I hate it so much. Yeah. I just refuse to play it again.
But it would have been worth the money otherwise, guys. It would have been worth it.
Yeah.
If they got rid of it.
I mean, I guess maybe these game studios sit on a lot of data, and they look at the data and then they try to correlate that, I suppose, into some sort of pricing model. I know Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two, he said that games should be charged per hour. So like $1.
Yeah, that philosophy, which is
$1 an hour.
Not a fan.
Yeah. But I mean, if you had a 200-hour game, then it would be a $200 game.
I think it's nuanced because it's like, I don't know, that's also saying, like, let's apply that to any other medium, right? It's like, if I'm going to get a TV show, I should have a bajillion seasons of The Office if I'm going to, gonna do whatever. But then you could also watch one season of Pluribus and it's like just as good, if not better. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you could still make a quality thing in less time, or even like a movie, right? It's like, okay, a movie. There are a million movies that are better than TV shows and TV shows just take up the amount of time. So at that point, you're just making content, not making art, in my opinion. But that's
I'm going to say something controversial here.
Say it.
I don't think over the last year, a lot of these Nintendo games that are like $70 now, I don't think they are $70 games. Like, I don't think like the newest Yoshi game should be $70. Like a lot of these B tier Nintendo games should be $70. Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, 100%.
Right.
I don't even think Prime 4 should be $70, to be honest.
I can't believe the tennis game's 70. Can I say that? I can't believe Tennis Fever is going to be 70 bones. It looks like a great game. It looks like they finally listened to us. It looks like it's going to be a good sports game. $50 max, man. Come on. I'm not spending $70 on a tennis game. I don't know. That's just me. Sorry. I thought it was in line with what you're saying.
Well, yeah. I mean, they just have this idea that every game is $70 or possibly 80 in the case of Mario Kart.
Right.
And I'm just not. I don't know, man. I mean, it feels like Nintendo haven't. If you're going to pay $70 for a game, then I think you have to hit a home run with it. And I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, besides from Donkey Kong Bonanza, I guess Mario Kart, you get a lot of hours out of it, right? So I maybe let that slide. But stuff like Hyrule Warriors, that's a $70 game. I don't think that should be $70. And the Mario Tennis is going to be $70. And is Tomodachi Life going to be $70?
I don't think we know, but I'm sure you could assume. The new Pokopia is going to be $70 too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's an Animal Crossing clone, which is just, I don't know. Anyways, Prime has his hand up.
Yeah.
It's his show.
Oh. Well, first off, it ain't my show.
I'm just fucking. I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah. Okay. That being said, what I wanted to point out, I'm gonna put my Furukawa hat on, and just go with this when it comes to how we price games here at Nintendo. You see, no one complained when we were doing $60 games on GameCube, Wii, etc. Back when we were only paying a few $1 million to make a game. Then the industry decided, hey, that's not enough money to spend on games. Let's make that 15 million, 50 million, 100 million. And still charge the same price that we previously were charging for games we only spent a few million to make. Why do we need to follow the industry trends? We're actually doing the same thing. We're spending more on games today and charging less.
Not necessarily, though, because you now have to pay for online. You pay for Amiibo now that went around during the GameCube and Wii era, and they're locking things behind Amiibo. Sure, yeah.
That's a way of compensating for the fact we should be charging more for our games.
But also, they have their own digital storefront where they make 100% of the profit on the game anyway. So that kind of offsets the cost. I understand what you're saying, but I still don't think that completely justifies it.
Well, cost is associated to value. And if we value our IP the same way we've always valued them, why should it matter what we spent to make the game?
Well, what is it? Pokemon cost $10 million, and that's like a $70 million game, and then you've got like Metro Prime 4 that's like $100 million, and it's still $70. Yeah. But I mean, this is just my personal opinion. I think Metroid would be a much bigger IP if it was cheaper.
Yeah, they need to get people.
I think
nothing, but blowing money on Metroid. I agree. Cut the budget.
I think like Dread is a great game, but I know there are a lot of people out there that are like, I am not paying like $60 for a 10-hour 2D game when for like what $20 or $30 I can get Hollow Knight that's like 20 to 30 hours and this is what people are saying is a better game or more refined game. Yeah. And like that's just the way the industry is. I mean, look, the fact that they charged $80 for Mario Kart because they knew that they could. And not to circle back to GTA 6, but I imagine that like if GTA 6 launches at $80 or $90, the industry is going to get the wrong idea from this, and then everything will become like that. And I also think that's a case of self-sabotage if you go too high, particularly when we're living in an economic crisis, cost of living and everything. I just think you worsen your potential sales, particularly in Nintendo's case, because they do have a younger base. and parents aren't going to be able to afford this necessarily. There are games like Mario and Pokemon, yeah, I mean, they'll just sell no matter what. But I think some of their other IPs suffer as a result of that. I don't think it's a one size fits all.
Yeah, I agree. I think more of that, even though it causes confusion, that variable pricing. I was hoping that, a game that Favlam brought up, Mario Tennis, would be an example of variable pricing and maybe would come in more, at least like $60 would have been nice. Because I think this one looks really good. I think it looks really fun. I think the hope is that this is the one that they're kind of back in the game and making a good Mario sports game again. But history has shown, at least the last few entries have been a bit lackluster. So I think just putting it at that premium price point, people are going to look at like maybe Mario Tennis Aces and be like, yeah, I'm not spending 70, even if it's better, even if it offers more.
Like, I agree with the way that they don't drop their prices. I actually think that's a good model to have, because then you end up in the spot that Ubisoft is in, where people don't buy their games day one because they know in like 3 months it's going to be like 40% off, right? And you can just wait. So, and they're in a pickle now because they've trained their consumers to wait, right? So, but I think having a normal price from day one, like I think Metroid Prime Remastered was reasonably priced. Do you think?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
I think it was priced well. I don't like that they shadow dropped a game like that. I think that's madness.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, I agree. But Nintendo and Metroid, when it comes to marketing, has always been bad. Prime 4 just continued that trend.
Yeah, true. I want to build on the point you made about, like, I think when you have such a premium ticket price on so many of these things, the console itself, the games, whatever, you start to see the smaller games or the IPs that aren't like system movers per se. You start to see people cut those from their library. And I, as a streamer, and also a lot of my peers in the streaming space, who would do a lot of like Mario Kart lobbies, like on the Switch one with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, right? A lot of people, you would fill that lobby up, it'd be great, whatever. So we get Mario Kart World day one, we played it. It's like a lot of creators have it, but not a lot of like a lot of our just regular chatters have it, right? And we noticed over the months, like some people got it, but there's still a big chunk of folks. It's not a common thing to have Switch 2 and to have, like, it hasn't been selling it like gangbusters right now. And it was even more apparent with Kirby Air Riders. A lot of people are passing on Air Riders because even if they did have a Switch 2, they're saying, well, I have Mario Kart already. I already spent $80 on that one. And then I've just noticed this, that like the more and more of these games, I think people are getting kind of fatigued at these big ticket prices. And it's like people are sacrificing. They're saying, well, I got the big titles already. I'm not spending the extra dough on the tennis game and the other side ones that would be very fun, but they're not the big Donkey Kong. They're not the big Mario Kart, So yeah, something I've noticed in my space.
I mean, what was it? Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, and that was like full price.
Yeah, insanity.
It's like, come on, man. That's a game from 2010.
Right.
Yeah.
Galaxy 1 and 2, I could at least understand a bit because they're like some of the best games of all time ever.
Yeah.
But even then, I'm like, at least put them up for like at least six. Just do 60. I don't know, but stuff like that. Anyways, but on that note, I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead. You want to continue?
I was just gonna say, like, Reggie was the one that convinced Iwata and Japan to include Wii Sports as a pack and right, because they wanted to charge that separately. I think if Reggie was still in OA, some of this stuff would have been discussed heavily and the pricing would have been different. What is it? Welcome Tour? That 100% should have been a pack-in demo. Like,
these companies need to relearn the concept of a loss lead. They need to learn. They need to know the concept of the Costco $1.50 hot dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They gotta bring them in. We can't just expect them to pay premium at all times.
Totally, but it is a supply and demand sort of thing
Right,
as well.
right, of
Because
course.
the fact that they only do this because they know they can get away with it.
Right, right.
Yeah, I mean, if you are willing to pay $70 for every single Nintendo game, that's fine. But you're just going to ensure that keeps happening, and then eventually it'll go to 80 and 90. Right. I mean, I know Microsoft. What is it? They tried to charge, was it $70 or $80 for Outer Wilds? I think it was, and then it bombed, and then they dropped the price. So,
yeah, the Outer Worlds too.
Nintendo did it with the 3DS. They couldn't sell the 3DS, and they dropped the price on that. So, it's happened before.
Yeah, yeah. And with the Wii U, right? They were offering like a free game with Mario Kart. Yeah.
Nintendo did give me 20 free games.
Yeah.
And it's still on my 3DS for buying it full price. Yeah. So it was actually worth it.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, all these companies are the same. All they care about is money. If there's no point writing complaints on Twitter or like bombing their live streams or something during Treehouse, saying drop the price. They don't care. They just look at numbers. So if you want this stuff to stop, then you just have to reduce how many Nintendo games you want to buy. Really, that's the only way to do it. Because that's all they care about.
But you yourself will not make a difference.
Exactly. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just that's a personal decision.
Sorry.
Yeah. I haven't bought Mario Kart yet because I'm like, no, I'm not paying $80 for Mario Kart. I don't think it's
you didn't get the bundle?
No, because I didn't want it. I look after I don't actually play Mario Kart that much. The only time I play Mario Kart is when I'm playing with people. My wife and I actually look after a lot of international students, predominantly from Japan. So we'll have like students from Osaka or Kyoto or something, and they come and live with us for like a month. And a lot of the time they can't speak English. But you mentioned Nintendo, and they're like, oh, Nintendo, yeah. You like Mario Kart? Oh, Mario Kart. So there's like a universal language there because you can put on Mario Kart and play with them. So that's a good way of bonding with them. So that's something I would look at doing, getting Mario Kart for that. Although I'm waiting for the DLC. If they include Samus and the viola in the DLC, boom. You have me.
You're kind of cooking. Wait.
Yeah. So, yeah.
On that note, fellas, I have to drop. This is a great job.
So do I.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Thanks for having me on as always. I really appreciate it.
The goodbyes are always so awkward.
Go ahead and shout.
No, I suppose I'll shout myself out like I normally do. Favlam on YouTube. If you like to see a guy in front of a green screen talking about what he thinks about Nintendo or Deltarune, I'm your guy. And then I'm trying to stream more in 2026. That's like one of my goals. So yeah, but it's Favlam on everything: Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. But YouTube is appreciated the most. And Kiwi, it was wonderful meeting you.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
And I'll be disappearing as well. Thank you so much as always, guys. Stash, Prime, Eric,
thanks, guys.
Gamebird. It's always fun, and thank you for the chat. I can see that a lot of them disagree with what I'm saying. That's cool.
Yeah, what do they know?
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good.
What does this industry expert know? Whatever.
Yeah, I feel like I'm back on X again. No, but it's all love. Just a couple of things before I go. I will be doing a review of Metroid Prime 4 with the OG Prime devs at some point. I'm just waiting for them to finish the game.
It's gonna be so
I've
cool.
got interview, possibly 3 hours with the lead designer of Eternal Darkness. So that's coming. I'm looking to do a review of the Super Mario Galaxy film with some Nintendo developers that actually worked on Mario. Besides from that, I don't think there's anything else Nintendo related at this stage. But yeah, there's some cool things I have on the horizon. And yeah.
Hell yeah, man. Hey, if you ever want to interview the Gamebird, I'm here, man. I'm always down. I'm sure you've been dying to get me over there. I'm sure you have some crazy questions for me. I'm sure.
Well, I'm supposed to appear on your show, aren't I? What's happening with that?
I think that's true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
We'll make it happen. We'll make it
We'll
happen.
make it happen. Cool. All right. Well, much love, guys. Vlad,
Awesome.
nice meeting you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All right.
Thank you for being
Thanks,
here.
gentlemen. See you around.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Cool. Who's next for gaming game plan?
I know it devolved, but I think that was good just
The
because
time manager was great because he desperately wanted to throw Crimson Desert out there. You could, he's like, look, I did Fallout last time. I got one more. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, he's so fun to have on. He's a good time, Kiwi.
So you guys know my headliner tomorrow.
You're right.
The 10-byte exclusive. Okay. It is kind of neat though. He did do that 2 times in a row, this time quite intentionally. So all right. But for real, gaming game plan. Who's going next?
I could go. Yeah, I mean, I briefly mentioned this last time on the pod, but this is something that man, my backlog it eats at me. I'm always thinking about it. So I do want to have a better game plan this year. And I think really what that is, it's nothing too complicated, but it's just committing myself to certain series that I've wanted to play or that I've started but haven't finished, and being a little bit more conscious about what I play and what I don't play, because I definitely, guys, I love video games. At my core, I'm a Nintendo fan first, but I love all video games. And so I hate the FOMO. I hate missing out on the big games, and the games are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and the time between releases is getting smaller and smaller. I mean, we're in the first couple weeks of January, and we're going to be looking at our draft picks. We haven't had a single like mainline direct. We haven't had a big presentation from Sony or Microsoft yet, for that matter. I know we're getting a Microsoft one at the end of the month, but there's going to be so much more announced and released this year beyond what we know. So it's really going to be a matter of me being more disciplined and being like, you know what, I've got to make the sacrifice, and I'm not going to play this game this year. So that's something I've been really bad at, because I want to try everything. I want to play as I can. I love having opinions on things as well. So like, even if I could sink 10, 15 hours into something, just to have an opinion, I would have in the past. But I want to start with, I didn't get to finish the remake of Trails in the Sky. So that's like the first one that I think I'm going to jump into, probably start a new game, just to go in again with a fresh palette, play all the way through. It's a series that I love. We're getting a remake of the second game near the end of the year, so I want to be ready for that. And then, I don't know. I never got to play the second Star Wars game, the Jedi Survivor. So that's one that I started. I never got to finish. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be making a list, and then just dedicating myself to it and being like, I'm not moving on until I finish this, and just follow a strict list. And it's going to be in order of desire, because I don't want to throw games on the backlog list just for the sake of, I got to play this or I got to beat it. I think I'm going to do it in an order of desire. 1 being the most desirable, 10 being the least desirable. Actually, I'm going to make a smaller list than that. I'm going to do like like the snowball effect. I guess, but I don't know. Do a small list, get through it, then be like, hell yeah, I conquered something. Now it's double it. But I don't know. What about you guys? I love RPGs. That's the hard part for me. Like, the games that I love so much are so friggin' long. They're so big. When I think of my backlog, it's just a fat list of RPGs. I still haven't gotten to play through Undertale, or Flavlan mentioned Deltarune. These are games that I think I'd love. I've never played them before. So there's just so much to play. So many indie RPGs that I missed out on. I replayed. I mean, last year I was proud of myself. I replayed Sea of Stars. I originally played it on the Xbox when it was on Game Pass. And then I purchased it physically for Switch and replayed through it on Switch. That way I could play Throws of the Watchmaker, which was phenomenal. But you have to beat the game to play the DLC. So yeah, lots of RPGs, guys. It's going to be a lot of work, but I think starting with a small list, maybe like 3 games or 5 games, get through that, then I could add another 3 or 5, or add a game every time I beat one. I don't know. Do you guys have recommendations? I feel like I'm just like throwing shit out there right now. I don't know
Recommendations for what?
For like good habits to work on the backlog.
Yeah, of course. Play the game and beat it.
I need help. I'm in crisis.
Yeah,
just play it and beat it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, play it and beat it before you move on. I do agree with what you said. Like I was shaking my head when you said it, which is play by desire.
Yeah.
What do you desire most? But also don't go into analysis paralysis, because when you have a big backlog, that can happen, and then you don't play anything.
Yeah, you just stare.
You just stare. And then the time goes by, then you're on social media, and before you know it, your window of opportunity is closed. So you have to know what you're going to play and attack it like relentlessly. And don't start something else until you're done.
Yeah. That's the discipline I need. It's discipline. Really, it's just discipline.
It is.
Thank God for the Switch. I will say thank God for Switch and Switch 2, because it really makes gaming easier for me as an adult. You know, everyone knows I'm a family man. I've got a wife and 3 kids. I work 2 jobs. One of them's a full-time job, and the other's a part-time job. I'm a busy dude. My time is limited, and you better believe that there's 3 kids fighting for the TV in the living room constantly. The Switch and the Switch 2 are a godsend for me. It's literally a match made in heaven. It allows me to let the kids have TV time, me be able to hang out on the couch and game with them and game in my room and get into the backlog. The hard part is, because I love RPGs, you know, there's a lot of chatting and yapping in the house. And you know, when it's a story-based game, it could be like, you know what, maybe I'll put this down and play later.
Yeah. That makes sense. That'd be tough. What about you, Nate?
Me?
Well, yeah, you.
Obviously. God damn it. Look, I was glancing at this earlier, and I was like, man, this is actually pretty good stuff in here. This entire topic. You know, so I was kind of go a little piece by piece. You know, one of the things that Stashboard in here says, you know, the backlog reality check. Because, I mean, let's just be real. People keep adding games to their backlog. Some people are just never going to get to it, and sometimes just face the music. You're just not going to get to that backlog. Or do you have any plan for the backlog? And I'll be honest, I don't go to the backlog often. I'm usually a play it, beat it, done kind of person. But there's always games that you miss. There's always games you wish you had time to play at the time that you haven't. Like Final Fantasy VII was a big one for me that I wish I would have played and never did. Just never found the time to get back to it ever, until obviously Remake came along. So I would say, you know, right now, obviously big one for me is that I already own Dragon Quest 3 and 1 and 2 2D HD, and haven't played them yet because I've never played a Dragon Quest yet because I just haven't gotten to it yet, even though it's been a while since Dragon Quest 3 2D HD came out, because that's the one I'm going to start with. So I definitely have a plan for that. I'm going to be starting that one this month. I don't know about when I'm going to get to 1 and 2. We'll see as the year progresses right now, because I've, you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate coming up here, and obviously, you know, we have Mario Tennis Fever, which I am buying at $70. I don't really care. Talking about $10, I bought Aces at $60. I'm not that concerned about 10 buckaroos. That said, it gets to this point of like, I think my goal is not to expand my backlog anymore. So don't buy anything that I don't think I'm actually going to play anytime soon. Because then I'll probably just never get to it. Because I'm always someone that, even in someone covers news, I'm always excited for like the next thing. And as Gamebird talked about in a prior topic, there's always that little bit of FOMO sometimes if you're not with the audience at launch. Because one of my favorite aspects of gaming has been community. And when you play a lot of single player games, especially, like you're only getting that, like that launch weekend, that launch week. And then it kind of goes away because it's single player, you know, you play it and people move on.
You want to be a part of the conversation the weekend that it's happening. Yeah.
So that's my goal, is not to really add anything new to the backlog where I've pre-bought. I can always be like, oh, maybe if I ever get back to it one day. Let's just be real, I probably won't. Maybe when it comes back around as a remaster, because that's the era we live in, where everything gets remastered one day. Maybe I'll get to it then. So that's kind of how I'm going to handle that aspect. There was a question everybody said, what's the biggest backlog killer? New releases, review obligations, or FOMO? Obviously for me, I don't have review obligations anymore, so it doesn't matter, because I reviewed a few games last gen and decided that's not for me. I didn't like how I was playing video games to hit deadlines. Not how I play games. It's just not. I like to play at my time, at my leisure, not the leisure of a deadline. Now it's weird because I'll have that mindset when I'm playing demos. I want to get as deep into that demo as I possibly can, find every little thing, but that's at a demo and it's always a shorter session. So I don't, I just try to make the maximum use of that session. But then, this next thing I like how Stash labeled that part 2, one game at a time versus a game hopper life. Let me read what he wrote here. Are we committing to finishing games or bouncing between titles? Does one game at a time improve enjoyment or make gaming feel like work? Who here is most guilty of starting 12 games and finishing 2?
Can I jump in really quick? Because I should have looked at the notes before jumping on this topic. I love this, Sash. This is amazing how you broke everything down. And Nate, thank you for going through this because I missed it. I just want to jump in real quick because what I was trying to describe was I've been living the game hopper life. It's exactly what I've been living. My goal is the series playthroughs. That's what I was trying to, describe through, starting with Trails 1. Trails 2 is going to be coming out. There's other games, Undertale and Deltarune. So I want to do a little bit more of the series guidelines, but this is really awesome. Yeah, game hopper. That's what I've been. Thank you for wording it that way. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Like, I'm not going to commit to either or, because for me it varies per game. So like when a new Zelda comes out, that's all I'm playing. Right? I'm one game at a time there. The new Mario comes, that's all I'm playing until I'm done with that game. But that's not how it is with everything. Like, I'm still technically playing Donkey Kong Bonanza right now while playing Age of Imprisonment. And the reason is, you talk about that grind life. I don't ever feel like I'm grinding, but I do feel like I have just a wide breadth of taste that I don't always want the same flavor nonstop. Like you get vanilla ice cream, it's delicious, and always love it. But maybe today I want some chocolate instead. You want something a little different that particular day for whatever mood you're in or whatever stresses are going on. Because as you guys might know, there's quite a lot of stress, at least in my life. So sure, your guys' life too. So sometimes, hey, I'd rather just go play a Fortnite sesh with Yulia and chill for a couple hours and just not care and just have fun. Trash talking kids on the internet, apparently. No, to be fair, we're not actually talking to them. We mute the mics, but we're talking trash to them, to each other. It's hilarious. So sometimes that's the kind of vibe I'm in. Lately I've obviously been diving deeper and deeper into Age of Imprisonment to finish that one off. But then randomly today I turned on Donkey Kong Bonanza because I just felt like getting back into DK. So the reason I think I could do both is when I talk about the game hopper life, it's only ever a few games. I can't throw a fourth, a fifth, a sixth in. It's just too much. But it's only ever a few games, so because it's so limited and they're usually different types of games, I can kind of get away with that. But again, then the one game comes and I'll set all that other shit aside until I'm done with that one game. And so, yeah, I don't really feel like I need to do too much to change that because it's kind of been working for me. Stopping the backlog and adding to the backlog was more of a bigger one. And then eventually, if there's not enough games, I usually just throw a backlog game in that I have still. No, I don't have any plans for the next one was like series playthroughs. Talking about like franchise marathons. Not really. I've never been one of those people that goes on like marathons before new games come out. That's usually when a lot of people like to do that. They like to go on a marathon of whatever games to the sequel coming out or something. Nah, I've never really been that kind of person, but this goes back to my varied taste. I can't just marathon. I want to play something different, some days. Then, obviously, I'll be doing these for fun or content. This is the quite interesting thing because I used to, and I still say sometimes to this date, that my job is to cover games, not play games. But then we have this podcast. Now on this podcast, we always do a review discussion a week after a game comes out from Nintendo, which also means I need to be able to actually say something about that game a week later. So I am kind of pseudo doing reviews and now kind of playing games because we're going to be talking about it on the podcast. So now it's kind of become part of the job, I suppose, in some ways. So I would say there are definitely games I have bought because we're going to be talking about them. But not all of them. I didn't get Kirby Air Riders at launch. I held fast on that I wasn't going to pick it up till this month. Yeah, I would say I'm all right there. Then you see what is the quality over quantity, the big debate. Like beat 10 incredible games or beat 50 games and move on. I think a lot of that just depends on how quickly the games are to beat. Like if it's like Metroid Prime 4, you can be like, 10, 15 hours. Okay, you might be doing 30 games. It kind of just depends. But the problem is games are getting longer and longer. And if you look at like Crimson Desert and the stuff they're saying about the size of the world and everything, I might do that game is going to be like 1,000-hour game. It's giving me that vibe of being like 1,000-hour game. And I don't mean because it takes 1,000 hours to beat it. I mean, it's going to take me 1,000 hours to beat it. So like, okay, if I'm playing that it might just be one incredible game this year because there will be nothing else getting played most of my gaming time. So yeah, I would say personally, I'm actually going to lean more towards sample 50 and move on. And I'm saying that because that's one of the options he gave here. Is I don't know what I'm going to enjoy until I sample a wide variety of games. And that will usually lead me to the handful that I'm going to beat that year. But if I didn't do the sampling, I might not have found that handful. I don't always know everything I'm going to like. There are some games I'm now interested in from PAX West because I watched Stash play it and suggest it. Didn't even know that I would even be into that. So sometimes, I think it's good for me personally, just because I have such a wide variety of tastes that I want to sample the games more so than like not realize they existed and just beat 10 games I already know I'm going to like. But I'll tell you what would make me enjoy gaming more. Having more time to game.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing for me.
It's the only thing we can't buy more of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then a couple more points on here. You had 0.5 time and lifestyle strategy. Where does gaming fit best in real life? Handheld at night, docked on weekends, short sessions long. So for me, I've been noticing lately that the most consistent time is short sessions, handheld at night in bed after I'm done with all my work stuff. Sometimes I can get an hour, a couple hours in, and that's all I'm going to get. I got to be realistic. I got to be up in the morning, got to deal with the kids, got to go back to work, all that stuff. So that's like the most consistent time that I can get it in. But there are times, of course, where I'll plan a little bit ahead. My kids are older, where I'm like, hey, this upcoming Sunday, I'm deciding I'm not making a video. So, Yulia's busy. You're going to do something? Cool. We're going to get a 6-hour session in. It's happening today. We're going for something good, something hardcore. That's where I get my JRPG time in, if I'm completely honest. I can never pick up and play a JRPG for an hour and be satisfied. It's not how it works with JRPGs in me. So that does still happen, but that's not most common. That's something I sometimes got to plan a little bit ahead to pull off. Multiple, especially when it's a 100-hour game and I'm trying to get like it actually beaten. I got to plan like multiple weekends of this, but yeah, it definitely does happen. Yeah, I told Yulia 2 things the other day. Here's what I need to decompress from everything that happened. I need 12 hours where everyone leaves me alone and I just sleep. Okay, that's it. I just nothing but sleep. Then I need the following 12 hours immediately after that where everyone leaves me the fuck alone and I just play video games. I'm probably not going to get either one of these things, but I keep hoping because that would really help me decompress. That said, so yeah, handheld at night. I would say I wish I got to play my Switch 2 docked more. I really don't get to do it as often as I'd like. This is a nice TV behind me. I'd love to dock on it and play. That's where the long sessions come in, and I don't get the long sessions very often. Sometimes there's dot play where I'm live streaming the games, but I don't really count that. Then there's the personal 2026 gaming rule. It says each host shares one rule they want to follow this year. Some of the examples were don't buy a game unless I'm playing it immediately. That's a pretty good rule. Finish what I start. Okay. Unless it's not truly fun. Gotta throw in I ain't gonna finish a game I hate. No more than 2 active games at a time. Well, that's a good rule. 1 retro game per month. I'll beat 5 games from my backlog before buying anything new. That's like a challenge right there. That's the backlog challenge. Man, a rule that I'm actually going to follow or want to follow. I mean, it says want, not going to, I suppose. I'm gonna treat it as going to follow. I want to make a challenge for myself here.
All right.
I want to beat 1 game a month.
That's a great goal.
Like actually beat it. Doesn't be 100%. I know me. 1 game a month. I would like to actually beat the game.
Mm-hmm.
I like that one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm good. I went through everything. Finally, someone read the doc.
Yeah, very nice. Eric, you want to go?
Yeah, no, basically, yeah, I'm just hoping to finish up a couple games that I'm currently in the middle of. I think I got 4 that I'm in the middle of, unfortunately. So I think that my next step is just kind of getting through those 4. I'm really close to completing Age of Imprisonment. Then I think next one I'm gonna go back through DK and then back to Echoes of Wisdom and then possibly Pokemon. So I'm just kind of getting through kind of the games I'm kind of part way to halfway through already, and the Pokemon's really questionable, but if I have time, it'll be kind of the game I'm getting back to eventually. Yeah, I don't have anything on the horizon that like I'm absolutely needing to purchase. So it's going to give me a little bit more time to kind of clear my backlog a little bit of the games that I'm, at least partway through. So that'll be nice. They all the ones that I'm kind of partway through right now kind of all came out at the same time. It was like I started one, then the next one came out and I was like, ooh, okay, I want to play that game. Then it's like, okay, that one came out and I want to play that one now. Even though I was like halfway through all of them. So, it'll be nice to kind of give myself a little bit of time here because, like I said, there's not much that I'm absolutely having to purchase at this point. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I think I'm kind of just road mapping that, and we'll see what actually gets announced over the next few months or so. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm able to stick to my roadmap, but yeah, yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, is just kind of be able to get my at least 3 of those games fully completed, and then I can kind of look around to see what else I want to play. So,
All right, that's good. It's a good game plan. I like it. Bird, do you want to run back through that and
Yeah,
and then
sure.
I'll go. Cool.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Let me start from the check. Yes, I've accepted that as far as the reality check, I've accepted that a backlog's never going to end. It's always going to grow. It's a never-ending list. I'll always love video games unless like in this dystopian future, video games turn into just like permanent games of service slop. I'm always going to be a gamer. So I imagine my optimism that the list is never ending. Let's see. One game at a time versus Hopper Life. I already talked about this. I've been living the game Hopper Life, but I'm really ready to get into the one game at a time, more disciplined approach, more committed to finishing games before jumping on to something new. Unless, of course, with the exception, I'm on a Nintendo podcast. Like Nate kind of mentioned, if a Zelda drops and I'm in the middle of something else, obviously I'm gonna jump on that Zelda. I'm gonna be discussing that Zelda or that 3D Mario on the podcast. I'm not gonna be like, I'm only halfway through Trails of the Sky Chapter 2, guys. Sorry. So there will be exceptions, but it's gonna be a lot more of a disciplined approach in 2026 than it was last year. Series playthroughs is gonna be a theme for me. I have a feeling. Just because there's a lot of great series that I either love but just haven't played every entry, or series that I've heard so much about, or they're right up my alley, or they've been recommended to me throughout the years that I've always wanted to get around to. They're kind of blind spots in my gaming history, like the Undertales, games like that and stuff. So there is going to be kind of a franchise marathon theme as well going on this year for me. You know what? We should follow up at the end of the year this year and say,
I was thinking that too.
Yeah, ask each other how we did. Did we fail? Did we completely?
Well, we should probably hold each other accountable throughout the year.
Yeah.
So we can stay on track too.
Yeah, I like that. Quality over quantity. This one, I don't know how to answer this because incredible games are so subjective, and I really like indie. So people might consider like what's an incredible game. They might think of like your Zeldas, your God of Wars, your big juggernaut AAA titles. But a game like, I don't know, Sea of Stars, for me, that's an incredible must play. Yeah. So I don't know. And this is another one where we talk about like number scores. There are games that are maybe get review as a 7 that to me are an 8 or 9, or games that review at an 8 that are maybe a 9 or 10 for me. So, I mean, of course, everything that I'm going to prioritize is going to be stuff that I'm either passionate about or really, really want to play. So I guess 10 incredible games. But everything I play with the hope that it's going to be incredible. Anytime there's a sequel, I always hope the sequel's better. I never have the mentality it'll never be as good as the first. It's I hope it's even better. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that mentality ever. But I know there's a lot of people. Most people, I think, have that mentality, but I've never thought that way. Yeah.
Time and lifestyle strategy. Let me see. Where does gaming fit best in real life? Handheld at night, docked weekends, short sessions, first long binges. Mine's docked nights when the kids are asleep.
Yeah.
And then weekends is mostly handheld play. But I think I just need to find that balance, especially with work. I think I've got to find that balance. But I think even if I could, an hour before bed, even handheld in bed, my wife, she falls asleep before me almost every night. So maybe I could start regularly doing that last hour, just chip away at something, you know. Because not everything I'm going to be playing is going to be, you know, even though I love RPGs, they're not all 100+ hours. There are smaller RPGs. And then personal 2026 gaming role. Let me see. Don't play a game unless I'm playing immediately. Oof. Yeah, this is very telling about how bad I've done at being disciplined or like prioritizing my backlog. Is all of these sound very restrictive and painful to me. That's how you know you did a bad job in the previous year. Oh man, I feel like finish what I start unless it's truly not fun. That's a good goal for anyone. Because, like, regardless if you're going to play a second game or a third game simultaneous, you should finish what you play unless you don't enjoy it. If you like the game, why not finish it? So that's a great rule. Finish what you start. I
Yeah.
also really like no more than 2 active games at a time.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that I think I can adhere to the most. Maybe 1 retro game per month, but I guess that depends on what 2 games I'm focused. You know, if Final Fantasy 7 Part 3 comes out, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of hours. I mean, you just talked about how you put 250 into Rebirth, so
I don't think it comes out this year.
yeah, probably not.
You know when I think it comes out?
Hmm.
And I'm going to give a shout out to Roger's Base here. I was listening to his predictions on Monday. I was at the gym, had the headphones in. It was like over an hour long. Like, oh, this is perfect, right?
Nice.
Like, I'll just listen to the whole thing. And he has such a great prediction that when he said that, I'm like, that's the date. That's the date. 7/7/2027. Done. Done deal. Done deal. Final Fantasy 7 Part 3 7/7/27. Like,
Yeah, 3 7s in there.
yeah,
I
like
that.
that's got to be it. But
I
please
like
keep
that.
going. I just had to share that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure Roger is dead on with that.
So I think what I'm gonna set for my goal is finish what I start, no more than 2 active games at a time, and when possible, 1 retro game a month. But that's gonna be like the variable goal because that could change month to month depending on what I'm working on. And I will say, you know, Prime mentioned like buying a game and not playing it when you buy it. I think he mentioned that. I'll be honest. I actually, when he said that, I felt ashamed because you'd be surprised how many games are on my gaming multi-console. Like there's a PlayStation games and Nintendo games that are in my shelves that still have like the cellophane on them. Like more than I'm proud of. I mean, this is excluding like a collector's item that you bought just to have as a collector's item. You know, this is like
those don't
this is
count.
just like a right. This is like just like a game that I bought. You know, that's just like I've got a bunch of them. I hate that.
Yeah.
Because I don't buy anything that I don't want to play.
Yeah,
That's
you know
true.
what? You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Right? Like, there's been times where I've been asked, do I give bad reviews? And it's like, well, look, I'm not trying to play shitty games, dude. I'm not trying to waste my money. Like if you're craving pizza, do you try and find the worst pizza place?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it says a lot about my eye for what is a good game.
Yeah.
Like it shows I'm batting like 1,000% because these reviews are obviously they're honest. I don't get paid for this. You know what I mean? So it's interesting that you bring that up because I feel like so many people play games and then they don't like them. They complain about them. It's like, don't you know what you like?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, where's your
Well,
judgment
it's w- we're privileged because it's not like it was in the 90s where you had to base your purchase off the game cover and the
a few
description on the back.
screenshots on the back.
Like really cool concept art on the front that look
Yeah.
it's like an 8-bit game, but it's got like the super detailed like hand-drawn cover art, and you're like, oh, this cover art's sick. It's got a ripped wizard on it.
Oh fuck.
And like a maiden in the background with a loincloth, and you're like, this game looks sick.
Dude, you know what one of the worst box arts was? I gotta find this. Hold on. Here, continue going. I'll find it. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty much it for me.
All right, I gotta just show this real quick. Worst box art ever. One sec. And you guys are probably gonna remember this box art. I'm gonna say that. You'll probably remember it. Probably seeing it on a shelf and thinking like, yeah, I'm never gonna rent this game.
Yes, I remember that.
Right? Like, what?
I do remember this. It's so bad.
Yeah, was that your thought? Was like, why would I ever rent this game? Phalanx. Like, what is that? What does the name mean? Why is there an old dude?
Dude, I love too like the hyperspeed shootout in space, but there's just like an old redneck with a banjo on the cover. It's so great.
I would almost.
He looks like old man Marley.
About.
Right? He looks like back in '58, he murdered his whole family and half the people on his block.
He looks like an animatronic that belongs at the beginning of the Pirates of the Caribbean ride.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's we should ask Kiwi Talks to interview Kemco and ask him what was your mindset going into this box art? Like, walk us through it.
Inspiration.
Yeah, walk us through this, man, because like to this day, that's one that I can't figure it out. You know, like I'll give a pass to Mega Man 1's box art. Like, I understand what you're going for there. And it's just just doesn't look right, but I get it. It's fine. This, that Phalanx, I'll never understand that. Anyways, did you hit all the points? You got a few more?
No, I think that was all of them. I want to share one box art. This is what came to mind when I was talking about. Like...
Okay.
Hold on.
Box arts, man. They never get old for me.
I shouldn't have said wizard, but but I'm very nostalgic for the days of going into like a Blockbuster or a Game Crazy and just like, or even like the EB Games and GameStops back in the day, and just like that was your way of seeing what's out, what's new, what's out there, and just like looking at all the box arts. Like, man.
Before we had computers in our hands, right? Because, classic.
Yeah,
Golden
like
Axe.
you'd see something like that, and obviously, like the graphics. Well, I guess maybe a little bit more so in this case, but you'd see box art like that, and you'd be like, "This game looks freaking sick." But it really was just the covers badass. But
yeah, dude,
I miss
ripped.
the old game art. It was I don't know. Some of I see covers nowadays. Some of them are not very good. I'm like,
No, and it makes it easy to spot the ones that are great, like the Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 HD 2D remakes.
Oh yeah, those are beautiful.
They went out of their way to hire this special illustrator. I remember reading an article on it from Square, and I'm like, yeah, dude, Like that's awesome. That's what I want. We need more of that. All right, so let me go through this then. I'm the last one here on this. Okay. So gaming game plan for 2026. Backlogs, burnout, playing smarter. You know, I don't have any burnout. I'm not going to. When I worked in the restaurant industry, I was always told I was going to get burnt out. And that once you manage and you start going to other locations and you start dealing with all this BS, you're going to get burnt out. I never did. It was always great. And then mortgage, same thing. Mortgage was even worse.
You thought they were talking about Burnout Paradise.
Yeah, right. I'm like, sign me up. I love that game. But mortgage was the same thing. They said, you know, people who don't last long in the industry, you're lucky to last 2 years and you burn out. Now, here we are. We're talking about video games, bro. Why would I stop? Like, I get to play video games. I get to do this. This isn't something I have to do. I get to do it. So burnout's never going to be a thing. Backlog's always going to be a thing. I'm not going to pretend it's not going to be a thing. I've joked about it before. I know it's a morbid joke, but a lot of that will be there when I die. And hopefully whoever I will it to, right now it'll probably be my godson. Hopefully he'll finish the job for me. Because there's gonna be a lot of unfinished files, right? That's just the reality of it. Obviously, I still do have plans for like backlog stuff. You know, I have an Excel sheet with the games that I received review codes for. I want to make good on those, obviously, because that's the right thing to do. Like, these are games I wanted to play. And so I want to get those games done. And I think I'll be able to. But at the same time, I think I have 5 or 6 games right now that I just got codes for in the last, I think, since Monday. So I'm just like, shit. I had a plan. What?
Stash, I'm so sorry to pause you. Do you have an LED dock for your Switch? I just noticed that.
Yeah.
What the heck? What is that?
Yeah, it's LED dock. It's
I love that.
It's by this company.
Did you make a video on it? Is there a video link?
No.
Oh.
There you go.
That's cool.
It can display all sorts of different colors. There's my hand. You know, whatever you want. It can do like apparently 300 or 400 colors. You know, they advertise crazy stuff. Who knows?
I like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw it online. I was like, this is cool. I like this. All right, where was I? Okay. So yeah, backlogs. Yeah, that's my game plan. But again, I just got a bunch of codes and embargoes. Like, these are for games that aren't out yet. So obviously embargoes are playing a role now. So those have to take priority because of that. Which, again, that's normal. And these are games that obviously I want it anyways. Gaming habits, quality over quantity. I think I do a good job with this. Got to put the stash in the will too.
I had to share that. It's such a great comment.
I'll stash it in there for sure.
Jeez.
All right. So gaming habits, quality over quantity. Yeah. Look, guys, if you watch my most anticipated games of 2026, there's like 110 games in there. And then I talk about like some gaming anniversaries at the end and some things I expect. But the thing is that there's so many games that we don't know of yet. There's huge gaps in the release calendar. Like for example, this is a really big one. From March 31st, we're getting Edge of Memories. It's by Midgar Studio. Midgar, Final Fantasy VII. Really high pedigree development studio as far as your staff there. Really excited for it. It comes out March 31st. Then we don't have a new game until Pragmata on April 24th. So 25 days go by with nothing. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Then we get Saros on April 30th. And then we don't have another game till May 27th. So you're telling me 28 days are going to go by? Obviously not. You know, like there's my point is that even with the games we have dated, there's massive, almost like month-long gaps with nothing. And you know that's all going to be filled in. So I'm not only talking about like quarter 3 and 4, the second half of the year. There's stuff like there's almost month-long gaps in March, April, and May with no games. So it's nuts. So when you talk about quality over quantity, yeah, everything I'm shooting for quality on every shot. I'm trying to make every shot out here. That's the point. Is that I'll play the games and I'll tell you if they're worth it. And if you're going to like it or not based on what these games are similar to, right? Like I always do in my reviews. So yeah, that's the plan. I do have a plan for the backlog. The reality is though that it's always going to be there. It's always going to be there looking at you. Just have to deal with it. Just have to get over it mentally. Let's see. What's the biggest backlog killer? New releases, review obligations, or FOMO? New releases and review obligations for me. Because if it was FOMO, I would have played certain games already. But I haven't because of review obligations. And review obligations tied directly into, of course, new releases. One game at a time versus game hopper life. Yeah, I mean, I beat the games, but I have to hop around. And obviously, I can't be playing these multiplayer games that have no end. I can't be playing Animal Crossing. I can't be doing this stuff. I won't get nearly as much done. But Michaela, like I said, she'll be playing Animal Crossing. So I'll check in on her and see how she likes, and I'll keep trying to talk her into reviewing it. There's certain games she plays I don't have time for. I'm like, babe, I really need you to review these games on the channel. I'll walk you through the review process. We'll start doing this. I really want her to. Animal Crossing, Stardew Valley. You know, she's got the update. She was playing the game, obviously, before that. There's just a handful of games that she's played, and this would like be perfect for her. So I'm still working on that. It's going to happen. All right. Does one game at a time improve enjoyment or make gaming feel like work? I mean, that's how I always play anyways. Gaming will never feel like work. You cannot allow that to happen. You just can't. As soon as that thought enters your head, you have to cut it off. Remind yourself that you get to do this. That's the biggest thing. I've been asked that a lot too. If my outlook's changed on gaming now that I'm doing this, and now that I have like review crunch. Because like again, I just got hit with a boatload of game review codes, and I know of a couple more coming. and I was hoping I would have gotten some of them earlier. I really was, and some I did. Most I didn't, and I'm like, here we go again. This is like December 4th all over again. There was a handful of games I was working on during that time frame, like Metroid, Octopath, Kingdoms of the Dome, handful of other games.
Yeah, it sounds like that happens a lot. I'm being sent a review code for an indie game. They let me know they'd be sending me a code. It comes out at the end of the month, but they also said that they don't have any codes to give right now. So just keep an eye out. Because there's some more. Huh?
You have to let me know.
Yeah, I'll let you know which game. I'm sure it's one that you're reviewing. It's on your video. I watched your most anticipated videos. It's on there. The game.
Okay. Is it this month?
It's this month.
Okay, I know what it is. Yeah, it's soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. I know what it is. All right. Let's see. Series playthroughs. Look, I don't have time to do that as much as I'd love to. I will say this. I got a review code for Trails in the Sky. I'd got one when it came out, and I haven't been able to get to it. It's like eating away at me. I've played a little bit, but like I have a lot to go. And I want to be on that path so I can hit the trail when part 2 comes out, which obviously is coming out in the fall. So I want to be already on that path to hit that trail. So I have to beat the game at some point. If any of these gaps in the calendar actually pan out, that would be a great time to do it. But I doubt that's going to happen. They're going to get filled in. Let's see. Obviously my goal is to review more games this year, which by default, that means I'm going to play and beat more games. And it's going to be really hard. But I really want to. And then time plus lifestyle strategy. Where does gaming fit best to all the time? I mean, as much as I can. You guys all know that it's a lot of work, though, running your own channel. And then the amount of hours you have to put into the game. And then trying to summarize sometimes 100-hour experience into a video that is spoiler-free, respectful of the viewer, doesn't waste their time, tells them enough to know if they're going to want to buy it or not and to get excited for it. But it also can't be too long because of the attention span of people today. Because there's plenty of times I'll be writing a review and I want to talk about more, but I'm like, I can't because if I do, people will get scared. They'll see how long it is. If it's 14 or 15 minutes versus like 10 or 11, people are like, all right, I can do 10. They'll see 14 or 15. I can't do that. I can't do 15. I'm out. I'm sorry. I got to find a shorter review. Like literally that's how it works. And they'll scroll on by. So it's tough. That's a tough one. I want to play more handheld because doing so will help me chip away more at reviews. And I got the Steam Deck that came in today. So I got to get that all set up. But part of getting that was obviously a business choice.
Which one did you get? Did you get the basic one? Did you get the OLED? I'm curious.
OLED for sure. OLED 1 terabyte. And I got a 1 terabyte SD card as well to put in that baby.
So my buddy Colin Calinius Maximus, who was on the podcast last week, he got a Steam Deck when it was brand new. I've played a little bit of it at his place. I liked it, but it's a little bit I don't know. It doesn't feel as good in the hands as Switch or Switch 2 to me because it's a bit bulkier. And like the pad was weird, but I've been thinking about getting one, even though I've been apprehensive in the past based off of I was hoping Steam Machine was going to be the one for me, especially for like reviews and stuff, because I know you know this, but at least as far as like review codes go on my end, I've only had a small handful sent my way. It's usually like Steam's the guarantee, and it's usually when I ask for a Nintendo code, it's we'll try, or we don't have any Nintendo codes, but we've got Steam.
Yep.
So I was hoping the Steam Machine would be the device for me, but if it's anywhere near what it's going to be priced at, I'm thinking just for like time purposes and money purposes, maybe the Steam Deck is a better option. Let me know what you think of it, Stash, when you got some time on it. I'm really curious.
I will, and I've researched stuff. Like I'll be installing Decky, which is a plugin, and I'll be installing the frame gen, which allows you to improve frame rate on games dramatically. I was talking about it in chat earlier, but I've probably seen at least 100 games on YouTube, like demonstrations of a game going from 30 to 35 frames per second to over 60 using the frame gen. And it's a free, or the Decky app is $6.99, I think. But that's it for lifetime. And the plugin is a frame gen plugin, and it looks simple to use. And to me, it looks like the trade-off is totally worth it. You know, like the resolution may dip a little bit, but on that screen, it's like you don't even see it. You really don't even see it. And in turn, you're getting 60 FPS. I've seen 70, 80 frames. I'm like, this is good. This is good to see. I like this. I like having the control over that. So that is why I got it, though, because of the review codes as well. And also, you can get them considerably earlier on Steam. Sometimes weeks, month before the game even comes out. I have some that are like that right now. So I'm super excited. And I did get the refurbished model, which I was excited to get because one, when they come in stock, they sell out in like 2 or 3 minutes. And I just so happened to see when Wario64 posted on Twitter. And I'm like, it had been like 6 minutes on my timeline. I'm like, it's probably sold out. I'll click it anyways and see. And I'm like, oh my God, there's an OLED 1 terabyte. Like that's the one that sells out immediately. And so I jumped on it. I'm like, screw it. And I got it. So it's something I've been thinking about for a while.
Are you getting the dock or the cable that whatever? I forget how Steam Deck allows you to dock to a TV.
So I still have the BenQ GR10 that I reviewed, which is for Steam Deck. I used it for other means. But yeah, it's built for Steam Deck to do 4K 120, or it can do 1080p 360. I'm like, guys, that's great that you overspec this, but come on. That's not, no one's doing that. I'm not going to talk about this in the video.
Frames per second. So stupid.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, so I have that, but JSOX is sending me, they already sent it. I already got a tracking. They sent me a whole package of goodies. So I'm like, cool. One of them's a dock, but yeah, I'm going to be able to use the base Steam Deck for probably like, I don't know, till the weekend. And I presume everything's going to arrive before this time next week. So I'll be able to test it out base and then test it out with accessories. And not bases, but grips, cases, see how it improves. But yeah, the OLED Steam Deck was obviously, since it's refurbished, it was less. And if you read on Valve's website, they're very clear in their wording that it's just as good as a brand new one. Oftentimes, it's better, the refurbished one, because of what they do to make it certified. I'm like, okay. And it's considerably cheaper. I'm totally in. So if you're going to get one ever, that's what you want to do. Is I would probably say that. Just get a refurbished one for sure. It's like a couple $100 cheaper. All right. So outside of that, guys, let's see. How do we avoid gaming becoming a stress activity instead of fun? Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen. You just don't let it happen. That's how you avoid it. And then personal 2026 gaming rule. Let's see. I like the one retro game per month. I like that. And I like don't buy a game unless I'm playing it immediately. I've been a lot better with that, actually.
I can't do that because some games I like to get collectors or like the special editions. And if I don't get it right away, I might not be able to get it ever.
I think that's
at
fair.
retail. Yeah.
I think excluding that would be the goal, right?
Sure.
Because if, like, I'm not going to buy a game and just throw it in my backlog. I haven't been doing that for a while now. So a lot better there. But yeah, that's it. That's the topic. Okay. Gamer, we're going to talk about fantasy.
Wait, don't we have one more topic? We have a topic first.
I think one more topic. So before we get to the headline topic, the one we haven't touched on.
If we need to save fantasy for next week, I'm cool with that too, based on time, whatever you guys are feeling.
Well, let's get this topic going and we'll see what happens.
Yep.
So, guys, is it time to panic for Switch 2 yet? Now? Right this second? Well, there's been tons of headlines. I'm sure many of us have seen them. That Switch 2 is losing momentum. Switch 2 is starting to fail. Or any combination or alternative of these hot takes online. Most of this stems from essentially three things. Nintendo stock dropping 33% over the last 5 months. Nintendo Switch 2 holiday sales being lower than many expected. And supposedly, a high up at Nintendo told the game business's Christopher Dring that Switch 2's performance has been bad due to the price of the system, economic factors, and the lack of a big game that appeals to Western gamers this past holiday. You combine this with the known sales data for November in the United States and then some European countries, and Switch 2 seemingly didn't have a great holiday, which often is the number one sales period for the year. Then, if you glance at the upcoming data, first party wise, there really isn't a big system selling game announced right now, even for Switch 2, but a bunch of salad games like Mario Tennis or a new Fire Emblem. This has led many to believe Switch 2, no matter what its actual sales numbers are, is downtrending with no light at the end of the tunnel. So the question is it time to panic? And when can or will they basically make that narrative go away? Or will the narrative remain? It's truly time to panic. Remember, Nintendo Switch 2 is in chaos. It is pure evil. All right, Eric, are you panicking?
No. It's we're what, 6 months in?
7 now.
7 now.
Yep.
So I mean, it's still plenty early. I'm not panicking. If you start seeing a trend of, over the next 3-4 months where it kind of, keeps dropping in sales, then yeah, maybe it's time. But until it actually becomes a full on multi-month trend, then there's no reason to panic. There's games coming out. I think we'll be okay. Even if it's not Nintendo games, there's third-party games that'll sell systems. So I'm not panicking.
Nope. Birdman.
It's interesting because I have to be fair to something I said in the past. Well, personally, I'm not panicking. However, early on when Switch 2 was released, and we're getting like some of the early sales speculation, and there was a lot of negative videos coming out. We had a discussion about this, like, should we be panicked about Switch 2 sales? You can find them everywhere in store. And I made a comment that it's way too early and that Nintendo had major stock. I said, however, if the Switch 2 bombs in sales over the holiday, then that's a reasonable time to have a conversation. That's when you could actually discuss it. No point of discussing it prior to that. Now, they did not have a very good holiday. That being said, the industry didn't as a whole. It was a very tough holiday for the industry. I think part of this makes a lot of sense that Switch 2 did not have a big holiday game. This was something that I speculated on the whole year on the podcast. I made videos of it on my channel. What's Nintendo's big holiday game? The holiday game is generally the biggest. So whatever they've got planned has to be bigger than Mario Kart and bigger than Donkey Kong. There wasn't a big holiday title, unfortunately. And I do think that hurts console sales because I think what happened is, and I'm not an expert on this, guys, by the way, so I just, I'm going on gut and feelings. But I feel like Nintendo launched their system with a killer app, Mario Kart, with the soon promised Donkey Kong Bonanza shortly after. 2 huge games. And they provided so much stock to ensure that there would be no droughts and everyone who wanted one would get one. I think all the early adopters showed up from the get-go out the gate. What they missed out on, excluding any of the video game industry hardships and the economy, I think what they missed out on is people who aren't those day one early adopters, the big game, the big holiday game, to draw in the people who maybe, need more than just Mario Kart and DK. But I'm not worried. I think I've said this a million times on the pod already. A console lives and dies by its software. I think if Nintendo can keep up the momentum as well as have those at least one big juggernaut release a year, they're going to be in good shape. They have to keep up the momentum, though. That's what set Switch apart from the competition. That's why Switch dominated. Yes, part of it was the new concept, the innovation of the hybrid console. The other part was that the Switch just had nonstop software. You had your guaranteed AAA games, but you had a nonstop flow of indie and AA titles. There was never a drought on the system, very rarely. So if they can keep up that momentum with Switch 3, I think they're going to be just fine. Time will obviously tell. The fact of the matter is that it's still the fastest selling console of all time right now. The fact of the matter is they still had to raise their projections compared to their first projections for sales. I don't know if they're going to hit that 19 million. I'm not sure what the speculation of where we're at is, if Paul's updated that. But I think I had predicted when Switch 2 was about to launch, we had done some first year predictions, and I think I had guessed around 16 million. I think that's a huge win if they hit that. If they go over that, then that's going to be unbelievable. We're going to have to wait and see, but I think it's basically going to be software. I don't know. I think it will be scary if we end up in a scenario, depending on, there's a lot of speculation with chip costs going up, what Switch 2 might cost soon this year if they have to raise the price. I think if they raise it to 500, I think that they can get away with that, especially if they offer more bundles or more permanent bundles that are steadily in stock. If this goes up more than that, if this goes up to 550 or 600, I think that's where we're going to start to be in hot water. And it might be advantageous for the company to take maybe more of a loss on the hardware, even though that's not something that they generally do. But right now, I don't have any reason to panic other than I'm panicked for the industry as a whole because, it's obviously hurting. AI is not making things better. The economic times aren't making things better. These companies, chips. Am I freezing? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my internet.
Yeah, but your video's
out.
freezing a little bit. It's not terrible. You're good. As I say that, and he's frozen.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it's just scary times for the industry. I'm worried to see how rough it gets in 2026. That goes for everyone, not Nintendo. That includes Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox. But I feel good about the Switch too. I think their first 6 months on the market was really strong. I think they had a steady flow of releases, more than I've ever seen for any console in its first 6 months. It was wild. There was something every month. So again, we do have a list of games that we know are coming from Nintendo to Switch 2 soon. None of them are that massive juggernaut title, although I would argue that Fire Emblem is one of those, and it is a series that's getting bigger and bigger and more popular. But we're what, a month away from the next Nintendo Direct. There's a lot of surprises in store. I hope Reese is wrong. Reese said earlier tonight that he feels like it's probably going to be a very meh year for Nintendo. I hope that's not the case because I feel like we're going to have a big holiday game like we were lacking last year. I think if Gen 10 comes out, if we get some sort of a Zelda remake this year and whatever, we're already getting Fire Emblem. I think this could be a really good year. Nintendo just needs to keep up the momentum, and I hope they've planned for that. So, yeah.
Cool. All right. Stash.
Well, you guys probably shouldn't be surprised with my answer.
He's 100% panicking.
This industry is fucked.
Zero concern.
We're fucked. My career is over.
And I don't have any concern. I really don't. The numbers are the numbers. My feelings towards them don't matter. My attitude doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Nothing I think, say, or do will change the numbers. The numbers are the numbers.
Yep.
Nothing more to it. But since we are on a podcast, I will say that the numbers they're better. Like than the Switch 1. It is the fastest selling console, right? It still is, right?
Yep. As far as we're aware.
So I don't know why everyone's acting like Panic and Skywalker. Come on. You know what I mean? Though, like, for real. Look, the stocks go up and down. That's what they do. They've always been like that. I think if you look at Nintendo's stock history, I believe the same can be said for other sects of gaming, but I was to say Sony, it's hard to break out Sony because their stock's tied to so many other products, of course, that Sony makes. But at the beginning of a console life cycle, stocks usually take a dip. And that's because it's not laid out on a platter, everything you're getting. Even though like Nintendo has the historical precedents to go off of. Like, hey, look what we did with Switch. You're only as good as the last thing you did. That's how it generally works in the stock market. People aren't putting their money in based on faith and faith alone. But as a fan, I can go based off of that. As a fan of the industry, as a fan of Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox, all of it. Square Enix, fan of them. Ubisoft, not a fan of everything they do. I am a fan of their games though, and their IP. Not all the time, but I'm a fan of them. I think they're going to work out fine. So I'm not concerned about this stock dropping 33% over the last 5 months. People just want to see games. The shareholders want to see games. And been following Nintendo long enough to know they're gonna show games. This is what they do. And I'm sure we're gonna find out in February with the Direct. And then some. And honestly, I think the people who sold their shares are going to be pissed that they sold. Because if they don't think the Mario movie is going to drive that stock upwards, maybe they're smoking crack. I don't know. But between that and Zelda next year, things are only going to go up from here. I don't think they're looking at the big picture. I don't think they're factoring in the theme park stuff. Obviously, the economy. We're not even going to get into that. I follow things closely there, though. I could probably have a channel on that stuff, but I don't want to talk about it.
Stash, I feel like, I'm sure you'll agree with this too. I feel like the fact that Nintendo's broadened its IP, not just as video games, into entertainment through the theme parks and the movies. We got a Mario movie coming out. We've got a Zelda movie coming out. We're hearing reports that Nintendo's really doubling down on the movie and TV stuff and has big plans to bring more IP. And I think that stuff is only going to help Switch too, to be honest with you.
Dude, it totally is. It's going to help so much. We already saw it with the Mario movie. Every Mario IP gained from that. It's going to happen again. It's going to happen with Zelda. So you best believe Nintendo's going to have plenty of Zelda titles to choose from by the time that movie comes out. Because you got to capitalize on that. You absolutely have to. So, yeah, look, guys, if you watch I'll give a plug, but if you watch my most anticipated games of 2026, like I said, there's 110 games on there. And that's not like 110 games that are coming out. These are 110 games that I'm legit excited for, and you probably would be too. So, and many of them are coming to Switch too. Actually, probably a good bulk of them are. And we also just don't know what else Nintendo's coming out with this year. We have our predictions, right? That we did, last week? And yeah, I'm confident on the predictions. And one of them was Baldur's Gate 3. And just because of the recent news that came out, that doesn't mean it's not coming. Because money unites people. Companies especially. They're going to figure out a way to get it on Switch too. Because there's money involved. And people will get richer. So they'll figure that out. They'll put their petty differences aside. Whatever it is. I'm sure it's petty. So yeah. Again, there's more games than I have enough time to play coming to Switch too. I don't know what's not to like about that. I really don't. Because I've been on the other side of that. Right? Nintendo 64 era. Just staring at your watch, staring at the calendar, waiting for games to come out, waiting for something new to hit the shelf at Blockbuster. That happens so many times, even GameCube era. So many times you just go through these massive droughts of no games from Nintendo, crappy third-party games. We've seen this happen plenty of times, right, throughout the years. And the only way you could kind of avoid a drought is if you were all in on the console and the handheld from Nintendo. That's the only way you could kind of like make sure you're always getting fed, is if you had both and you played both. Like you actually played both, because then you could, you didn't have, the droughts weren't as bad when it was like that. And that's because Nintendo had to, of course, release games on 2 different devices. We don't have to do that anymore. So we're eating really good. My plate's very full. So yeah, I don't have any concerns, guys. I think the movie's going to help it a lot. This is its first full year on the market. I think we're going to find out a lot of really cool stuff at the directs. I think Nintendo is definitely holding off on some announcements to make this year. And I think things are looking very much up for next year too, with the Zelda movie. And once that's out, we're going to be finding out about the next movie. We might know about the next movie. Like we might know this time next year that the movie after Zelda is going to be Donkey Kong. Right? We're probably going to know other movies or shows by then. So yeah, that's my answer.
Okay. Well, I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised by my take, although there's a caveat to it that I'm going to add that might fit some people that are concerned. So overall, no, I'm not concerned with anything going on with Switch 2 at this exact moment. Yeah, there's all the economic factors on why it didn't have a fantastic holiday, but let's just be completely honest. That supposed Nintendo rep said it, and I felt it heading into the holidays. There was no big exclusive game for Switch 2. There wasn't a single system selling exclusive game for Switch 2 this past holiday that was new. You had to go back to Donkey Kong Bonanza from July to find a system selling exclusive game. So it isn't a situation where the Switch 2 is hard to get. This isn't a situation, I mean, outside of Japan, Japan, obviously there's been some shortages, but here in the United States, of course, in Europe, there hasn't been a shortage of getting it. So it wasn't a situation like with Switch where, outside of the fact that it had a much more consistent and better library that first year in 2017, it also was basically impossible to walk into a store and buy one until holiday 2017. That wasn't the case with Switch 2, which meant sales were more front-loaded and more spread out because it was easier to obtain it. And the reason I bring this up isn't because there's not a legit problem with not having a system seller during the holidays or that the system is expensive compared to what was going on with Switch in 2017. I think we also have to remember, with sales spread out more, when people talk about like the stock market, right? Using the stock market as a big point right now. I was kind of saying this back then that I thought it was really weird the stock was spiking so damn much because they were basing it off analyst projections and future projecting Nintendo and not basing it off of Nintendo themselves. They told us before the system ever came out, their goal was like 15 million sales this fiscal year. That's it. That's what you base your investments on, is what Nintendo says. Not off what these armchair analysts, and I know they do it for a living, but they're wrong about Nintendo all the time because Nintendo is one of the hardest companies to project because Nintendo doesn't operate like the rest of the industry does. Want an example? Look at what they're doing with Switch 2 and how easy it's been to get. They could have created FOMO by limiting supply, and they didn't do that. They've been accused of doing this in the past. They didn't do that this time. No one actually thought Nintendo was going to overstock the retailers. No one thought they were going to do that because no one has ever dared to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they are doing it because they said, you know what? Screw it. And you know what's really cool about them doing that? This fear people have about the RAM prices. Nintendo's ahead on making Switch 2s. They're not in a panic mode. Furukawa just came out in an interview this week and stated, hey, they were asked directly about the RAM prices affecting Switch 2. Does not affect our margins on Switch 2 at this time. Well, what about the future? Hey, I ain't talking about hypotheticals. At this exact moment, the RAM stuff hasn't impacted Nintendo. There could be many reasons for that. One, pushing the manufacturing as high as they could possibly go when the RAM prices were cheapest. Two, already having a locked-in term contract on those RAM prices for a set period of time where Nintendo isn't worried about it because they can't exceed the price on the contract. The only thing they have to worry about, if that's the case, is shortages, them not being able to meet your full order. But by staying constantly ahead on production, that might not actually end up being a problem. And then obviously Nintendo would hope by the end of that current contract that maybe the prices have come back down and are under control. But even setting all that aside, that's just Nintendo always thinking 10 steps ahead because Nintendo always thinks long-term, not short-term. They've said this publicly many a time. Why do you think they were stockpiling resources? They knew things were going to go up in price. They were protecting themselves against that. And then once that all runs out, hoping that, hey, prices have come back down. Now, setting that aside, I've said this in a tweet. I've said this in videos. I don't know how you can be the fastest selling console of all time and be failing. Those two words don't belong in the same sentence. It doesn't make any logical sense. You can have some concerns, and I'll get to that later. There's a caveat to that for this particular year. But up until this point, 7 months in, according to like Paul Gale and others, it has sold more than 15 million units. What's crazy about that, because that's just through the end of 2025, is that has outsold the entire first full 12-month fiscal year of Switch. And we're supposed to sit back here and pretend that that's not impressive. And I get, oh, it was supply constrained. I don't care that Switch was supply constrained for part of that run. If it wasn't, the same thing could have happened that is happening now, and it still would have sold the same amount of units. Because once it's not supply constrained, that gets rid of the FOMO factor that makes some people make those purchases. So you might just end up right back where you currently are. And regardless of any of that, the fact remains, not a single home console, handheld console, anything has ever sold this quickly, ever, period. Is that going to slow down at some point? Probably. Will it fall behind PS4, PS5, and Switch at some point? Probably. Although for Switch, it's got like a 7 million console lead right now. It's a little insane. I don't know that it's gonna fall behind Switch, at least probably until we get to maybe 2020 level year comparison, like 3 years in, when it got a huge spike from COVID. That might be a time that Switch kind of shoots ahead of it. And I say all this because Nintendo has gotten these like really massive sales without a system selling game released since July of last year. It's been a bit of a gap now since they've dropped a system seller, and yet it's still maintaining that pace, even through a crappy holiday where the whole industry was down. So it's hard to ever say there's any failure here or Nintendo's panicking when they increased their projections to 19 million because they were wrong about 15 million. That's a sign that the console is actually more successful than Nintendo thought it was going to be, not less. We're supposed to panic because analysts were wrong. Well, how about Nintendo being like, motherfucker, we did 15 million before we even got to 2026. Nintendo didn't expect that. They didn't project that. They had to alter their projections because they were selling more units, not less. So it's really hard to be panicking in a situation like that. Now, there is a caveat. And the caveat is, well, that's what's already happened. What about this year? It was a bad sales season for everyone. Okay, fine. But what if the bad sales season doesn't stop at the holidays? It keeps going. Okay, the fourth quarter can make excuses for these first 3 months, right? Because, hey, the fourth quarter for Nintendo's fiscal year is always their least selling quarter for games and consoles. It's the period, the first 3 months right after Christmas. Okay, yeah. People will make an excuse, obviously, to dismiss potentially low sales this quarter. Let's say it's at 16.5 million now. We end at 17.5 for the fiscal year, which would mean only 1 million units sold over 3 months. That would be not great. But you can write it off as that. What about the second, the first quarter of the next fiscal year, the second quarter, the rest of 2026? And that is where I throw the caveat out there that, yeah, we need some big games announced. We need some big games announced to maintain any momentum there currently is. Because I don't think that if you leave February and let's say Gen 10 isn't announced, or even it not being exclusive, I think would be a blow to Switch 2. I think Nintendo needs that to be an exclusive Switch 2 title. But we don't even know if it's an exclusive because there's some of that leak out there showed they had worked at one point on it on Switch, on the original Switch. So we can't even guarantee right now that Gen 10's exclusive. And right now, what's the biggest exclusive game they have announced? Well, the game that's probably going to sell the most is Mario Tennis. Might sell 4 or 5 million. And that's lifetime. So that's not like selling necessarily this year. And then Fire Emblem. Now, Fire Emblem, I think, has potential, especially if it's going 3-house style, to be a fairly decent seller. But that's what you're banking on? 2 of your B-tier franchises? One's a spinoff? No, obviously they have to have more. And we know it's Zelda's 40th, and we suspect there might be a remake, but okay, it's a remake. It's not a new game. Where's the new games? I think there's 1 or 2 coming. 1 or 2 Nintendo hasn't told us about. And I'm not just talking about Dustbloods. I think Dustbloods could be a sleeper for them. But I say a sleeper because it's a non-traditional game compared to what Nintendo usually offers. So I don't really know how it's going to perform, regardless of how good or bad the game is. I'm suspecting it's going to be fantastic based on who's making it, but we'll see. So I do have the caveat that I'm not panicking now, nor would I be panicking. How can you? Literally, it's outselling Nintendo's own projections. There's no world where that's bad for Nintendo. But for the rest of 2026, I do think momentum could continue to downtrend if they don't get some big, exciting, this is why you want a Switch 2 game revealed. It doesn't even need to come out. And I think that's going to happen actually multiple times this year. While I'm not on board with a 3D Mario coming out this year, could it be shown? Maybe. But I think it's more likely they tease the next Zelda. It's the 40th anniversary. It's probably coming out in 2028. And they always tease Zelda a couple years early. What a great way to let people know, hey, here's this game we couldn't do on Switch. And look at how amazing this looks on Switch 2. Even just the promise would get people to feel confident in spending $450 on a system in 2026. And that's just that game. That's future projecting. They still obviously need some big ones for this year. So whether it's, some people always bring up Monolith Soft, but like they don't make system selling games. They just make really, 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 really fucking good games. They don't tend to be system selling level. So you got to get some system seller, whether it's Smash. Think about how huge a brand new Smash game could be. However, Smash could run the risk, like the Mario Kart World did, of the last one was so peak. This one might not be as good. The risk you run following up what is considered the peak of the franchise. So that could be a thing too. People are going to think that too after Mario Kart World.
I think there's potential for games that haven't been system sellers to move the needle with Switch 2. An example of that is Monolith's next game, because this is a company that makes, not only do they make some of the best, if not best, stories on Nintendo hardware, like this is a team that's so talented, helped work on Mario Kart, help work on the Zelda games, and thinking about what they could do with more power. What type of RPG they could build, whether it's a new Xeno game, whether it's a brand new IP, whether it's a Zelda spinoff, something that's been rumored on and off multiple times. I think this is a company that has potential now that they have more horsepower to really wow people and probably generate excitement that was never really there for previous titles that they've released. That's just me, though. I'm not saying it's a guaranteed slam dunk. I just feel like the potential is there for them to have just a hit unlike anything they've had before.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there just has to be something, and I think it has to come as soon as the February Direct that I presume is happening. We have to see that big something that just makes people go, "Oh yeah, next generation Nintendo's arrived. It's coming. I see the vision now. I see what we couldn't get before." And to be fair, PlayStation 5 and Xbox have kind of struggled trying to get a game out that does that because everything feels just so samey to PS4 Pro. It doesn't feel like games took that leap. There's some examples out there, that you could think of that, okay, maybe that's a leap, but then you play the prior one on, PS4 and you're like, okay, well, I mean, this one's also kind of just as good. So I do think that, Nintendo's in that prove it ground. It's like a prove it year. Like, hey, whether the games come out or not, you need to prove it by showing them. Because we need to see why Nintendo themselves wanted a more powerful Switch 2. And I don't think we've gotten that game yet. And I don't even know if the game's been revealed yet. And I actually think Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave looks like a game that so far, they needed Switch 2 for, but again, I just don't think Fire Emblem's ever been a needle mover, and I would love for it to become a needle mover. Like, game we're talking about, hey, even IPs that are, maybe this is the year they get the chance for that. And I'm very curious as well if big third-party games, the big AAA ones coming, are going to make any dents as well into expanding the audience, because Nintendo really, it looks like to me, based on what I've heard and what we have already announced, the Nintendo Switch 2 is getting more big AAA third-party support than Nintendo has seen maybe since the Super Nintendo. And I'm really curious if that's going to start to be a needle mover the way it is for Sony, where third-party games start to actually be selling points for a Switch 2, rather than just it's additive because you already buy it for Nintendo. And that's something that Nintendo, I don't think, has truly had outside of a couple examples like Monster Hunter Rise, where there's been really any impact on Nintendo sales. It's been a long time. So that's a factor that could come into play.
I think that's a great point.
The other factor is if Nintendo holds at the price while everyone else keeps going up in price, suddenly Nintendo also just looks like the budget option by default because everyone else is astronomically high. So there's that as well. So there are some factors that could work in Nintendo's favor without them really changing a whole lot about anything they're doing. But I don't think they need to change a whole lot. I think it's a prove it year because they decided to go a bit lighter in the first 6 months, figuring DK and Mario Kart could kind of carry. And they probably hope that Metroid Prime 4 might have been a bigger hit than it ended up becoming. But again, that was a cross-gen game. So we need that exclusive stuff. And I think it's coming. I think we're going to see it very soon. And that's going to make people just feel much more confident in what Nintendo's doing, including investors. And I want to know things about investor bullshit. Guys, you got to stop thinking you watch a 6 month trend, a 1 month trend, a 2 week trend, and think it means anything in the stock market. It takes much longer for companies like Nintendo to see overall trends with how healthy or not healthy the company is. Like the 6 months trend, they're down 33%. Year over year, they're up 11%. Okay, so what number matters most?
You're better off looking at the 5 to 10 year trends.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
If you look at the 5 to 10 year,
all
trend,
about it's all longevity.
Yeah, like the 5 to 10 year trends on Nintendo. Like they are so much higher now, even than they were during the majority of the Switch era. It's like, okay, so Nintendo's in trouble because they're only as good as the peak of Switch. Wait a second. Is that what you're trying to tell me? They're in trouble because right now, at the beginning of the Switch 2 generation, their valuation is around the absolute peak of Nintendo Switch. That's bad? Wait a second. This is the best Nintendo's ever been was the peak of Switch. That's bad now? No, they just they bought into the over projections of analysts instead of listening to Nintendo. They spiked the money, and you know what? After the September Direct, people who are those short earners, they only invest for a little period and pull out. They made bank. They bought in probably last year, last holiday before Switch 2 was revealed at $14 a share. They cashed the fuck out at $25 a share. Said fuck it, we're out. Let them make their money. None of that changes that it never should have been $25 a share because Nintendo told you they weren't going to sell 25 million this year. Nintendo told you we're not moving 400 million software this year. We told you. Why don't you listen? So yeah, Nintendo's ain't panicking at all. They're literally doing actually better than they actually thought they were going to be doing. And this was before we talked about the DRAM prices. This was before the shitty holiday came through. Seems like Nintendo kind of already had this all factored in before it ever arrived. And we'll see. We'll have the financial meeting, obviously, in a few weeks here, where we'll get the real numbers, which, of course, we'll go over on the show and discuss, the state of Nintendo and anything else that comes up in there. We'll get some sales data, obviously, for some of Nintendo's published games last holiday, see how Metroid Prime 4 did, see what we think that might mean for the future of the franchise, because people are concerned the sales might be quite low for that. So we'll see, along with, obviously, Air Riders, which is a one-off. We're never getting another one. Sakurai has made that very clear. And then, obviously, we'll see what happened with Age of Imprisonment as well, at least from Nintendo's side. There's one country is Japan. I think Koei Tecmo publishers is there, so we won't get the data from Koei Tecmo. Not Koei Tecmo. Yeah, Koei Tecmo. That is correct. Jeez, every time I think Koei Tecmo, I think I'm wrong because I keep thinking of Tecmo Super Bowl. And I'm like, wait a second. They didn't make this game. Anyways, so yeah, I'm not actually worried about it, that much. It's like Jason Jenkins just kind of threw out there quick here with a super chat. Nintendo's 5-year is up only 2%. Hold the line. It's like, yeah, Nintendo's in a very healthy place. They're very consistent, and they've been very consistent. There's no reason to panic. Everyone's like acting like it's a Wii U situation. I'm like, dude, it already outsold Wii U in 6 months. What are we like? Like, can we not act like nobody's buying Switch 2? Can we just pretend that's literally not a thing? And you're gonna see it when the software sales get updated.
It'll outsell GameCube this year as well.
Yeah.
Like I guarantee. Yeah.
I understand people want to future project. What's it going to be long haul? None of us know. We haven't even seen the game lineup. It hasn't even been out for a year yet. And we're worrying about, this sales projection means it's going to sell. What sales projection? It's sold faster than anything ever. What projection are you looking at? If it keeps that pace, it's going to beat the PS2. It's probably not going to keep that pace realistically. That's why I said, hey, if we want to look at it, the sales are downtrending, even though it does look like December was the second best-selling month for the console in history, despite it being such a bad sales period. Well, it's second only to launch month, is what the early data is indicating. So that's a downtrend, apparently. Trending upwards in sales is now a downtrend in sales. I don't know about basic math, but I guess I'm not smarter than a fifth grader when I look at that chart. I don't know what we're talking about. This is so stupid. But after the February Direct, if Nintendo doesn't bring the goods, I can understand maybe being a little concerned that they're way too reliant on Switch 2 editions and their B-tier franchises. That would not be a good look if there's not even one massive game shown off in February. I could understand concern at that point. So that's what
they shouldn't rely too heavily on the Switch 2 editions. I think it's been great for the first 6 months to fill in the gaps. Obviously, we're getting Mario Wonder, but it's going to come with some new content. That's better. When it comes with new content, that's better. But the fact of the matter is that Switch 1 is the best-selling Nintendo console of all time. And so the majority of fans have played a lot of these games and probably put dozens of hours into them as well. So I don't know. I think when you have like the $20 editions or even the $10 editions for that matter, I don't think it's going to move the needle for consoles. I think it's great for people who already have the games, who haven't finished them or have been wanting a reason to return. But I think they need to have at least one big game for the holiday. 2's even better, which I wouldn't be surprised if they have 2. If they've got Pokemon and something else, would not surprise me at all. And then just a steady flow, guys. It's all about the games. If we get Splatoon Raiders this year, if we get that and Fire Emblem and Mario Tennis and the new Yoshi game, and then we get Pokemon Gen 10 and another big holiday title, we are cruising, my friends. That is a good lineup. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll have to obviously wait to see on all that. All right. I think because of time, we'll save the fantasy critic for next week, which is fine. I think we have Andres Restart on next week, and he'll just be super jealous he's not in the league. Maybe better luck next year, buddy. We'll see if the league expands and allow guests in next year. That might be fun.
But we should at least plug it so people can follow our league, because that'll only take a minute.
Yeah. Someone got the link quick to like send out to the peeps. Yeah, because if you guys didn't know, our fantasy critic league, or basically it's fantasy for video games. Our podcast has a league, and you guys can follow it publicly yourself to see how we're doing. Obviously, no, I don't think anyone scored any points yet because nothing reviewed, nothing basically come out yet. That's on any of our lists, but they'll start rolling in. I think even publicly you can look at all the rules if you guys want to understand how it all works. So we don't have to explain it every single time, but I believe it's there through the public link. You can check all that out and see who's gonna win.
Remember to click the follow button too.
Follow it.
Right now we only have 2. I'm pretty sure we could easily get on the first page of the follow list, considering that number 2 is only at 101.
Yeah. So if we can get you guys to follow us, that's actually what that's gonna do, is make our list more found on the website, and also gets our name of our podcast in front of some other pretty big podcasts out there.
Yeah,
like Kind of Funny Games.
We'd be right next to it.
They would literally notice the NintenByte Podcast because our fantasy league jumped up next to theirs. And that could be good as well for future collaborations and stuff like that. And
it will make for a really fun conversation with you guys during the podcast when, we do our quarterly check-ins on this, or, when we, there might be times where one of us is pissed when one of our games bombs and another's game just crushes.
Dude, yeah, it's going to create a pretty epic moment.
Yeah, guys. So definitely check it out and follow along, and you guys could make, have all your comments for us. You could dish it out about our weekly or monthly picks that we bid on. It'll be a really fun time.
And even if we don't have any dedicated topics to it that week, guys, if someone's game bombs or someone's game does amazing, the trash talk's coming up either way. That's just, you not know what's going on. Like, it happened in the intro, it'll happen in the outro. It's happening somewhere. Happen in the middle of a topic. It's gonna happen.
I have the first game coming up too.
Which one was it? I forgot.
Mio,
that's right. Mio. Yeah.
Comes out on the 20th.
So we'll see. And for those wondering, it's based on Open Critic, not Metacritic. If you're wondering when you're looking at stuff.
Do we know how to follow? Someone in my chat's asking if there's a follow button, but I've only ever been part of a league. So
you click into the league. I put the link in the private chat if you guys want to share it out to your guys' chat. Or you just copy the actual URL when you're in our league. And then there's a follow button up at the top right corner. I think you have to create a
free
account. So
how else do you get notified what's happening and what you're following?
Yeah, right.
Come on. But they're free to make, guys. It was super simple when I made my account there. So.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if we can get some followers on that and see if we can bump that up the list a little bit. Notice us, please. We're a podcast too.
Yeah, I mean,
Did we become the #1 most followed?
to get onto the first page, we only need 19 followers. So
yeah, we can do that. Let's just promote it.
Yeah.
I'll be mentioning it on my upcoming videos. So
I have it linked in our clips channel.
I'll be mentioning it every time I get a dominating victory.
Oh, so speaking of
So
videos,
that sucks that you won't mention it at all then, huh?
You're funny about that. What he's basically saying is every game on my list is apparently going to suck really bad. So think about look at my list and see the games and think about what Stash is inferring here. That every single one of those games is going to be bad. That's not. I don't know, man.
It's just fun trash talk. Gotta love it.
I'm just throwing it right back because what he's really doing is insulting the game. He ain't insulting me.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, you said massive wins.
Yes, massive wins, meaning game scoring in the 90s, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Some fat point gains coming my way.
2?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, I'd say maybe. I'd say 1 for sure.
I think everyone knows the one for sure. This is one of my top picks, but
Yeah, but the rest, we'll see.
I'm pretty confident in some of that list. Just saying.
90s, we'll see.
all right. We just got two new followers in my chat, so we're already climbing up the ranks, gentlemen.
Sweet. What were you going to say, Gamer, about
3? Make that 3.
Because
I was going to say,
wait, channel. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was actually going to ask Stash. This is probably a conversation for after the podcast, but screw it. Stash, you have B-roll of the podcast when you shout out the podcast at the end of every episode. I was going to ask you, if you don't mind, if maybe I could use that same B-roll to shout out our podcast at the end of my videos as well.
Yeah,
I don't want to take your
Google
edit
Drive
from
now.
you, but it's a great little clip. I could do my own voiceover for it, and it will be nice to have something like that because I try and remember to shout it out, but sometimes I forget, and then I realize after I upload it, oh shit, I forgot to mention the podcast at the end. But I could just add that to the end of every video and do a voiceover for it.
Yeah, I'm uploading it right now.
Hell yeah.
I'll get you the link in a moment, but
so I could shout out the league and that.
I like it
in the same go.
Very good.
Oh, nice. We're getting more followers for sure.
We're at 7. We're at 7 right now. We're on page 3.
We're on page 3.
We're on page 3, everyone. Remember, it only takes like 18 to get to page 1. And then, dude, we got to beat out Sacred Symbols. Come on, we got to get above 101. What are we doing? We got to be right behind Kind of Funny.
Dude, you know what's wild about Sacred Symbols? So I was looking at their picks today. Not a single person drafted a Nintendo game. Not one. Sorry. I didn't mean that. I think there was a Nintendo game. No one drafted Fire Emblem. How wild is that?
I feel like that's the highest rated one they have announced right now, besides Dustbloods, for a possibility.
Yeah, but Fire Emblem that game is going to review extremely well.
It's going to be in the 80s. Yeah, it's going to be in the 80s, easy.
I could see that one hitting 90 plus.
Did anyone draft Colin's game? Saint Slayer, Spear of Sacrilege by Lily Mo Games.
Oh,
it was on my video for most anticipated. I'm looking forward to it. It's like a Castlevania style game.
That's right.
I'm curious if he drafted his own game.
For everyone in the lead, just to give you a tip, if you don't pay a lot of attention, all you gotta do is just watch Stash's video for an hour and a half, and you'll have all the inside info you need on the games you should be looking to pick.
Yeah, it was a great video, by the way. It made my very stressful work day a little less stressful.
Good.
All right. Let's get to our Q&A here from all the super chats and everything today. We go through some of the stuff here. Steak has been a member for 3 months at my channel. He just wanted to say, let's go. Sorry, not my channel. I think that's Stashes or Game Birds.
It's a link channel, so not sure which one.
Well, that's why I'm asking if they know.
Let me check.
This
I
is from
think
your
it's mine. It's mine. Yep.
There you go,
Yeah, brother. Cheers,
member
man.
for 3 months over there. Hell yeah. We had 10 gifted over here from Demonic Brawler. Thank you so much. You're going to see a lot of him. He loves this podcast, let me tell you, because he's got to remind us of bring back NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, and NHL hits.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That hoop is staying up, guys, until it happens.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
And when it does, I'll slam dunk it and make the backboard shatter.
There
And
you
I'll
go.
record it.
Oh, that'd be sick. Boom any. Fun fact, for my birthday on Monday, my husband bought me a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Collector's Edition N64 in the box.
Oh,
damn.
Happy birthday.
Hell yeah. That could not have been cheap.
That's rad.
It was a new member, one of our channels, Dylan Milton.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler, back again. Could this be proof that the rumor of Disney wanting all the games featuring their IPs on Nintendo is true because of the one collection? Maybe. I mean, I can see Disney wanting to associate with Nintendo. So, meaning they want all their IP there because they feel like it's the audience for them. So, maybe. Dylan Milton became a member as well. I'm assuming just to your guys' channels there. That's, back-to-back members from him. Demonic Brawler. Do you all think there is weight behind Triforce Heroes and Hyrule Warriors for Zelda's 40th, or did Nintendo only renew an IP and it's just a coincidence? Personally, I think it's a coincidence. Don't think it means much, but maybe Triforce Heroes to NSO, sure. But that also is a DS game, I believe. So probably not, since DS. I don't think DS is coming this year, but I can't rule it out. And they've already done Hyrule Warriors like a billion times. Yeah, I guess you could say, they're going to bring it back for a Switch 2 edition, but I just don't know.
Triforce Heroes is a 3DS game.
Yep.
So it would have to be a
yeah
re-release like Luigi's Mansion 2.
So I don't think it's happening. I don't think Triforce Heroes would get a re-release because it sold like dog trash. Look, I like the game. I really do. I just don't think if you're thinking of Zelda games to bring back, that's the one they do, to be honest. Out of like all the options, it'd be one of the probably least popular options. So that's why I'm like, I think it's just all coincidence. Nintendo renews IPs like all the time. They just don't want to lose the rights,
I think next year we could get Four Swords Adventures on GameCube.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense as an NSO release, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and use game chat with it, which would be nice.
Dude.
Hard to play that back in the day.
Oh,
Before
man.
Game Boys.
That's one that I would love to do a stream with you guys.
Same.
Do a Four Sword
That
Adventure
would be
stream.
fun.
Would
That would
be
make a lot of
so
sense.
much fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
Heck yeah.
Maybe at some point we start a once a month bonus stream night where we play a game together with all together. Audience can interact and everything. It'd be fun. There's a lot of games out there. It'd be the 4-player online. It'll be fun. Future idea.
Do some tennis doubles.
Yeah, we'll just have to fucking put that on the tack board and come back to this at the appropriate time. We'll make some plans for it. All right. Let's see here. Roger Enyart said, wow, 5 months already. Time flies. And then he said, whoa, 3 months at Gamebird Classic. Well, the first one was for Stash. The next one, look at that. See, this is what happens. We have a universal fan base. They become members on all of our channels. We don't have membership set up on the Clips channel yet for Eric. But hey, eventually I'll get the members set up on the Clips channel. And then you can be a member for Eric as well in his chat. On his channel, because technically
all of our
it's all of our channel,
members,
but Eric manages the channel. So hey, you could do a quad. Technically, Eric can't say he's not a YouTuber anymore. He does cut content and upload it on YouTube.
I do.
Demonic Brawler, that we just mentioned 4, and Pokemon Gen 10. So that's a very popular projection for this year. Gen 10, like the leak, it's kind of hard to just ignore that. Like the whole, like everything leaked. Luigi's Mansion 4 just feels like the time. 2019 was when we last got one, so
it's been a while.
But then again, we say that every year for 3D Mario, and yet here we are. Still wait until 2028. Tomato Brawler. I believe Luigi Mansion 4 is coming in October and Pokemon Gen 10 this holiday. 3D Mario is 2027, they say. We'll have to wait and see. It's a lot of guessing. We don't know what's happening. We haven't even had our first direct.
Yeah, definitely 2027 the latest. Easily.
So a trend is getting started where everyone's just shouting out how many months they've been a member for.
Yeah, dude.
The Modern Brawler. I love GTA, but let's be real, it's not coming to Switch 2. Even if it did, it wouldn't be until the PC port on day one. So if you have Nintendo only, I mean, there might be a follow-up one to this. No, I don't see a follow-up to that. So I would just say that one, I've obviously said this whole time, I think it's coming to Switch 2. I don't think it'll be the same day as the other consoles. I do agree that it won't probably be till roughly around the time the PC version comes. Because I do think one thing that might happen in tandem is they might want to try to get GTA to work on these handheld PC devices, because that would help expand the reach. And if you're doing that, then why not get this thing running on Switch 2? So that's kind of where I'm kind of in line with you that, yeah, it wouldn't be until the PC port. So I do think that the big boost for Nintendo would be if they can get it announced for if that's coming to Switch 2 at all, at any point this year. It doesn't have to be day and date. But that might not happen. That might be more of a 2027 announcement. And that's okay. That's okay if it is. But we'll see. Then we had Demonic Brawler. If GTA 6 doesn't bring back the chainsaw, oh my God. I'm not reading the emojis off for this. I'm good.
Angry middle finger Rockstar. There you go.
Jorge, I think the next 3D Mario will be interesting, with the Mario team coming off of Bowser's Fury and recently favorably acclaimed DK Bonanza.
Yeah,
I always thought it was going to be pretty interesting because you're following up two, I'd argue, peak games in their respective franchises. So, can you do peak a third time? We'll find out. Modern Brawler, my favorite, first Legend of Zelda, second Resident Evil, third Pokemon must be for franchise.
Yeah,
I'm assuming. Resident Evil at 2, nice. You must be pumped for the Resident Evil Direct coming tomorrow. Oh yeah. I should say today at the time that we're live right now. But still, hell yeah. I'm excited. With the man, how soon might we see Metro Prime 5? That's hopefully one that I'm like
12 years.
I'm hoping 2030. Feels weird to be talking about 2030 already, but they just literally released Prime 4. So I'm going to say 2030 feels like the closest I could expect it. Anyone else have any other guesses? Like,
all right.
Say 2028 or 2029.
Okay, Sash is going with the quicker turnaround.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell Gamebird's doing right now. He's featuring some wild chats right now. Some absolute wild chats. You
I like this one.
To the audience, Gamebird, so the audio listeners know what you just put in front of our face.
If the year is 2027, GTA 6, ass poop. Middle finger. I love it.
This is the high quality conversations going on in our chats.
Damn straight.
Totally indicative of every single person. All right. With the man. Oh yeah, we did that one. Sorry. Next one. Unstar that one. Venatus, Ninty Prime, about the WTF game. Are the beings in the game aware of their existence and their place in the world? Related, do they have feet?
They may have legs, but no feet.
On that topic, I'm definitely very, very confident in my projection for it to be Horizon from Sony. I'm feeling pretty good on how he reacted to that one. Sony definitely. His face when we said Sony was oh shit, they're flying too close to the sun. Then we said Horizon and he lost his shit. So I'm just trying to read the tea leaves over here. But still, we do know definitively he said Crimson Desert's coming to Switch 2 this year. So that was like a very definitive statement.
Yes.
That we didn't even ask for it. He slipped in. I love it. That means he would plan to reveal that shit on the show.
That was so great, though. You and I just caught that and looked at each other like, wait, did he just say exactly what we thought he said?
Yeah. So thank you, Kiwi Talks, for a primary topic for my video tomorrow, besides Resident Evil. And watch nobody else cover it because we're not mainstream. Because he didn't tweet it out. There you go. Jorge, wait, I did. Oh, wait, no, this is the one. Kiwi, does your opinion on Sakurai's dev timeline change now that we know that Nintendo and HAL Labs actually asked him to make Kirby Air Riders? Obviously, he's not here to answer the question. It's interesting because obviously right now he's basically overly stated. He doesn't have a lot of connections in Japan. He's just starting to form some of those connections, including an upcoming potential source that could have answered one of those Japanese related questions earlier, but he doesn't have that source right now. So yeah, it's interesting, thinking about if this changes the dev timeline at all. I think the biggest change to the dev timeline would be knowing if the team that worked on Kirby Air Riders with him was the Smash team or not. And I know we have the credits and it doesn't really tell us that much about if it's the Smash team or not, because it could be the same team. So I think that's a bit more telling, but I truly think he's been working on Smash this whole time alongside Kirby Air Riders. I can't imagine that, even though Kirby Air Riders is pretty packed with content, it's nothing compared to the last Smash game. So I feel like he would have had the bandwidth to do both at the same time. But Smash just needs a little bit longer, which is why it could be this year. So that is some people's projection. I think if it's not this year, it's 2027, but I think there's a shot. There's a shot for Smash this year. Not enough for me to go for it on Fantasy Game Critic, because it should review very well.
A new Smash?
A new Smash, yeah.
You think a new Smash could come this year?
Yes. I think there's a possibility, an outside shot. That's an outside shot. I think 2027 is more likely, but I won't rule it out. If he's been working on it for as long as he worked on Kirby Air Riders, you never know. I don't know what all he's putting in the game. How big it's going to be, the content, I don't know.
I don't know how many hours he sleeps.
Dude, he's probably on a very strict 4 or 5 hour sleep schedule.
I think so too, and I love that. I respect that.
Yeah, just very detail oriented. Every part of his day is mapped out. Yeah. Okay, says has the MC a full live or a Half-Life? That's why I got in the Half-Life question with them, just to see was when that one came. I figured my question was a bit more direct, but yeah, he said it exists, but what version of it exists anymore? Because it's been restarted so many times. Kind of funny what we learned about how Valve works there. How basically they just have "fuck you" money, so you never really know what the fuck's happening. This was just to get to the streak on my end. Thank you so much, Pippuccino. Demonic Brawler says, has the What the Fuck game already been on other consoles? That would have been a good one.
Yeah.
To ask if it's a game that already came out, or, will it be day one across everything, etc.? That would have been a good one to get in one of these here. He probably would have just laughed and given us nothing like he did to every other question about it, but.
Right.
You wouldn't even tell me if there's feet in it.
Yeah, what the fuck? Humanoids, animals, couldn't get that answer.
All right.
Except
we got our
answer. Well, I mean, I'm pretty confident in what my guess was, but yeah, we'll see. Project M Eternal Darkness 2. I can tell you right now that the person he interviewed did not make Eternal Darkness 2. Now, might this game be a spiritual successor? That we'll have to wait and see, but definitely did not get to work on Eternal Darkness 2. LCC Gaming, will EA and Lucasfilm ever give us Battlefront 3? I never want to say never on that one. They kind of messed up a lot with Battlefront 2. After some, tweaks and patches and stuff, it actually ended up being okay. But do you guys think there's a future for a new Battlefront game?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
If there's money to be made, they'll find a way to do it.
Maybe the way forward for it, if they do it, is to do what they did with Squadrons. Make kind of a more budget tier game. Like, you're not trying to be this mega $70, microtransaction filled game, and you're just going to make a really, really good multiplayer Star Wars fighting game, battle game, whatever category you want to put it into. And you're just trying to make it on a budget, a little small team. You got like maybe only 50 people working on it. And you come out at like $40, $50 in this economy. Could see some big success with that, like Expedition 33 did.
Ego.
You think that's gonna be the problem?
Yeah. Disney.
Yeah, I was always worried about that. That's why I was surprised Squadrons did what it did. I didn't think that would ever happen. It might never happen again. But
me too.
All right. Is Crimson Desert the what the fuck? It would not be the WTF game.
No.
He would have never said it out loud.
No.
Yeah. So we know that was just a bonus, a tidbit he wanted to toss our way, probably just to see if it spreads. I see what he's doing. He's toying around a little bit. He wants to see how much the mainstream media actually gives a shit about this show. And if they continue to not give a shit, expect to see a lot more shit dropped on the show in the future. Will NSO get a price increase in 2026? What do you guys think?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe. It's a crazy good deal.
I'm going to say no. Because Nintendo has prices of accessories going up, games going up. Nintendo has a perception problem. And I think one thing they can point to is, hey, everyone else is raising price of literally everything. We're not on everything. Our online sub is the same as always, and it's got better value than ever.
I like that.
Let's approach it like this, though, because I think this might be the more interesting question is, if price is going to go up somewhere, what do you think is more likely? Hardware increase or NSO increase?
I think it's more
price
likely
is going to go up.
I think it's more likely the hardware goes up to 500. Which I don't think they should do, but I think I can't rule it off the table. I think they would like to hold, but it would be interesting if the strategy Nintendo goes instead is like, yeah, they get rid of the 450, but they do sell 500. But now they finally decide, hey, Welcome Tour is just going to be packed into every single Switch 2 moving forward. Should have been like that from day one, but at least then it makes the $500 new default price be like, well, at least they gave you something. Even though people are going to they're going to get criticized for it because they're going to feel like that should have been in the 450 one, but
Yeah. People will complain. People who didn't buy it.
Yeah, that
people who don't even own a Switch 2 will complain.
Yeah. Let's see here. Hugh Jenkuler says, did my Nintendo year in review. Was shocked to see I had played 35 games. I've only finished 5. Got to be better this year. I had 41 games on my review. Year in review. Do you guys look at yours?
I haven't even looked at mine yet.
Eric's looking literally right now. He has 11 games
in 66 hours.
There you go.
Where's my phone?
You guys want to say yours later? You can. I'll just move on to the next one.
Imagine that.
What?
Reward
Age of Imprisonment, your number one played game this year?
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah, 29 hours. Woohoo!
JView says 1 year ago today, we were speculating that the Switch 2 was going to get revealed very soon. That ended up being 24 hours later. Here's to another banger year 2026. You mean our number one viewed podcast episode of all time at 27,000 views just on my end alone, combined all together, over 30K tuned in to a title that says Switch 2 will be revealed tomorrow?
Dude, where was
That was
I?
fun.
You were. I don't think you were a member on the
I
show yet,
wasn't.
but
No.
that was a crazy episode. The chat was nuts. Everyone was saying we're full of shit. We're lying. We're believing too much in Nate the Hate.
Yeah.
And just like giving us all this shit because our title was very direct. It was will be
Really?
revealed tomorrow.
Yeah.
And this was after everyone thought that it would be pre-announced that they would do it, and they didn't pre-announce it. And I remember talking to Stash and Eric at the time, and I'm like, guys, we have to run this title. Do we truly believe Nate the Hate is correct? He is acting very cocky about it right now. He put out the fucking photo with the lean back, and so I'm like, dude, and everyone's like, fucking do it. Sure as shit. Number one episode of all time, and it was
this just
1,000% vindicated in less than 24 hours. It was great.
That's so wild. And this wasn't a podcast. This was just a pre-reveal.
This was our normal Wednesday podcast.
Oh, it was the normal Wednesday podcast. Wild. And you had 30,000 viewers going. What was it? What was that like having that many people live talking?
It's one of the largest live streams I've ever had, even on my channel. Like looking at my channel history, it's like one or two. I think the only other one that might be larger was actually at the time I think it was the largest live stream I'd ever had on my end, only beaten by the Nintendo Direct in April. That one also did some bonkers numbers for the stream.
That's cool.
And I'm like, dude, that was insane, and that happened on the NintenByte Podcast on our regular Wednesday show, and then we immediately did a bonus episode after the reveal, which is crazy to think back. Like we did a whole episode off like a 16-second clip of the Switch 2, which was just everything we already knew it to be from all the leaks. But we did it because we were hyped as hell, and here we are a year later. It feels kind of good reminiscing back on the number one most viewed podcast in podcast history. Pretty crazy. I think that was like a year ago today, basically. Jason Jenkins, Nintendo 5-year is up only 2%. Hold the line, right? We did that earlier when we were talking about that topic. Dash Attack is going to be fire.
Yes.
Harmony.
This game I am very excited about. Have you guys seen the trailer for this one? Dench Attack? It's basically jet grind radio, but you play as a train and you're rail grinding and doing tricks. And there's can someone pull up the trailer? It'll be worth your time. But please pull it up in chat because I'm sure this is a game a lot of people have not heard about. And it's what I'm very excited about.
That's
so please pull the trailer up.
I think I saw this in some event last summer.
We did.
Yeah, legit. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what is going on with this weird game? But
yeah, it's like Sunset Overdrive meets Tony Hawk means
but people were going wild in the chat over it, man. It was like, all right. I mean, I guess they're doing something. People are getting excited. That's the whole idea. You wanted to shock people in the middle of a show? This is the kind of game that'll do that.
Yeah.
By the way, Steak wanted to throw this out there. Gamebird hit 3K subs. Congrats to the Birdman.
Oh, congrats.
Hell yeah, people. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Your arch nemesis must be defeated by the bird one day.
Well, I'm aiming low. That way, my goal for this year is to just double what I have now. So I'm not going crazy, but sometimes when you aim small, you hit big. So we'll see.
Yeah. Sometimes you spread your wings and you fly.
Or was it? If anyone's seen the movie,
remember what I told you like months ago? I said, Gamebird, all you gotta do is just get the content out, and the people will come. If you build it, they will come. And look at how much your channel blew up with 5 videos.
Yep. No, it's true.
Yeah. You make great shit. That's what happens. You make good content. We can promote it all we want. People ain't subbing if they ain't liking what they seeing.
It's true.
So
it's true. Thank you, everyone in the audience. Couldn't have done it without you people. And I love you.
There you go. Yamrob says Nintendo's got to slash Switch 2 prices if it wants to succeed. Okay. Based on what? The fact they're already successful? I Oh, sorry, our stock price is only the second highest it's ever been in company history. My bad. I don't even know what we're doing. Like the premise of this statement would have to be that it's not succeeding.
It's just too early to make a statement like that because all we know right now is that it's the fastest selling console of all time. So you have to look at it from a business sense until we have like a major change in that, where it's just a major slowdown time after time.
Like if year 2 shows like a massive decline over year 1, like half the amount of systems, not even 10 million units. Okay. Yeah. There's a major fucking problem at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't seen that level of drop off. So at least not yet. There's not enough data to warrant that level of it's not succeeding. But it could happen. I did talk about that. Like, hey, there is this hypothetical future where the momentum goes down because there aren't any games. So we'll see.
Could you imagine coming out with a new product as a business owner and the product's selling so fast you can barely keep up, and then someone telling you, listen, man, if you're gonna succeed, you're gonna need to cut your prices big time, but like you can't even keep up with demand because it's just selling so fast.
Even Furukawa's interview was like, yeah, we're good everywhere, we're not quite there in Japan yet. I'm like, okay, so they're not succeeding, but they can't keep up in every single territory yet. I think they're okay. I think they're doing just fine. People panic. Oh, retailers did a temporary price drop on the system in random weeks. Okay. And don't retailers do that kind of stuff all the time? Why is this? I'm confused. Nintendo still made their money on that unit, so who cares? It's weird energy out there. Dylan wanted to ask, will we see Mario Kart World DLC this year? This is the last one we got today, guys.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
By
this summer. Yep. Mm-hmm. I think a year out. Time for the DLC. Yeah. I think it's gonna be paid DLC for anyone hoping otherwise. I think you're crazy.
However,
it's like $20 or $25. But
what about for expansion pack members?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see them offer for free like they did with the Mario Kart one. Will they? That I don't know.
Incentive.
But it would be a really good incentive. And if you're not going to up the price of MSO, then you just up the tier you're putting it into. I think that's okay. And I think people would be less mad about that, especially because it's Mario Kart and most people play it online and you got to have an NSO sub anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So some people might be upset. Oh, I have to upgrade my sub. Like, okay, yeah, or you could just buy the DLC. I mean, you don't have to.
Now you get GameCube and GBA and Sega Genesis games too.
Yeah. It feels like a no-brainer. Path of Radiance just came out. Come on, guys. He's one of the best Fire Emblems of all time.
And then 64. Yeah. Like, come on. What's not to like there?
Well, they don't have all my games. They're still building the library. They're adding all the time.
That's the beauty of it. What you buy into today will be better months down the road.
Yeah. You buy a year pass. A year from now, there's going to be even more.
Yeah.
You're getting more in that year. It's not like it's just what you bought today. No, there's more coming.
Yeah. They don't take games off. That's the best part. They don't remove games like the other, all the other services remove games, right? And then they'll put them back on maybe 6 months, a year down the road.
Oh yeah.
With this, you just get more games.
I make the FOMO. All right. So that's going to do it for the Q&A segment. I believe that's everyone. I'll just double check, making sure. Mm-hmm. Yep, that was the last one. All right, guys. Let's go around the room, let them know what we got going on, and then get the hell out of here.
Oh, is that the game I need to play?
It's Wild Woody, dude.
Yeah, Wild Woody.
Wild Woody.
We need to get Wild Woody on NSO.
For those listening to the audio version, you're missing out on some things for the video side, let me tell you.
I would say Google it, but
Googling the term
careful.
Wild Woody. I don't know if you want that in your search history.
Be careful.
Save it for the NintenByte Podcast video version. All right, Eric, what do you got going on, man?
Not a whole lot. You can find me here and on our Clips channel.
There you go. Birdman.
Guys, you know where to find me here on YouTube at GameBird Classic or on Twitter at _Birdmaster. I got a few videos that I'm working on that should be coming out pretty soon. I also am doing a couple collabs on a couple other content creator channels. I'm not going to say what they are because I don't know if it's projects that they've announced yet. But one of them is well, who am I collabing with? Oh, one of them at least I know has been on the podcast a number of times. So
Nice.
there's
How many
that,
are you doing?
but 2.
I'm doing 2.
Oh, we must be doing the same too.
I wonder if we're doing the same too.
That is hilarious. This is for a post-podcast chat. All right.
Yes, it is.
So look out for a collab that probably involves half the podcast.
Yep.
It's funny. I'm not involved in any. It's like I wasn't asked. Oh, wait. I forgot. There's reasons I was gone from the net for like a month. Okay. Thunderstash. I guess we know some collabs are coming up.
Yeah. So what's going on? Right. Yeah. So I'm looking at an Excel list and I have 7 games highlighted. Those are 7 that I have review codes for right now. And I can't talk about them. But embargoes for all of these will be up by February 4th, 5th. So 7 games between now and then to beat and review. Yeah, I know. It's going to be nuts. I'm going to get no sleep. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. Look forward to that.
There you go. All right, guys. I am Nintendo Prime over here. I'm back making my news videos, which is I'm really happy to say that. Not necessarily every single day. I'm trying. Today's video doesn't look like it did extremely well, which is all right. You're not going to have every video blow up, but it's cool. We'll just try again tomorrow with some more stuff. I obviously am just very thankful to be in the position I am, where I do this for a living and get to do this podcast every week with good friends, making new friends along the way. I can't wait to see what 2026 brings to this show, brings to events that we might go to, or just brings in general to all of us as gamers. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening in this industry. And I think it's important to end on this note of talking about that, because we live in a world where it's not just, the bullshit happening in politics and the economy and everything else going on in the world. Bullshit happened in the video game industry too, and it gets constant attention daily. Things like the Ubisoft layoffs that just happened again. Yeah, that shit sucks. That really sucks. You hate to see people lose their jobs, especially since it was a voluntary program. So these are people that didn't volunteer. They didn't want to lose their jobs. And now they're being forced into it because they didn't meet the quota they needed for the original, last year, where they were hoping people would just volunteer it up. So, yeah, there's a lot of shitty stories like that out there. There's a lot of panic over Switch 2. There's a lot of panic over the fact there's no massive games from Nintendo announced for Switch 2 right now for this year. There's panic over worrying about games that potentially being flops like Marathon and all this. I understand all of these concerns.
The Disco too.
Yeah. But video
Always.
games, I think, are actually in a very good place. And again, I can't say it enough. If you don't believe so, just look at Thunderstash's hour and a half. Look ahead to 2026. There is so much greatness going on, because why the hell are we here anyways? It's to play the damn fucking games. It's not to bitch about money or bitch about this or yell about that or get angry because Nintendo could brick your Switch 2, the same policy they've had since the Nintendo Wii, and PlayStation and Xbox had the same policies too. No, it's not about any of that shit. Anti-consumer. We're here to play fucking video games. And god damn.
Yeah.
2026 is already loaded before we even get started. So it's going to be a good year. That's where we're going to end. Episode 35 of season 3 of the NintenByte Podcast. Catch you guys in the next one.